We shall now have an opportunity for silent prayers and meditation. Thank you very much. You may sit. Good morning, honorable members. The Premier of the province, Dr. Popi Ramatuba, in absentia. All MECs, leader of government business, Honorable Makamu, and all MECs present today. The Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Mete Mamravela, Chair of Chess, Honorable Mukoni, Deputy Chair of Chess, Honorable Asani Ngoveni, Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Monama, and the entire Whipari, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Mapolo, and other honorable members from the opposition, Honorable Small, Honorable Nchabeling. I want to take this opportunity to greet all of you, but as well greet the head of departments who are here today. From those Public Works Department, CoGHSTA Department, and other departments that are here, the guests in the gallery, we as well greet all our community members of the Limpopo who are following us on social media. Good morning for all of us. Honorable members, we are sitting here today on the 25th of August to proceed with the business of the day in terms of item 2, in terms of motions without notice, in line with Rule 145. Honorable Mate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this House knows that the month of August is Women's Month, where we honor the heroines of our struggle. As Mama Albertina Sisulu said, we are each other's keepers. We have a duty to care for one another. The Department of Social Development remains the pillar of hope for the poor, the vulnerable, the elderly, persons with disabilities, and victims of gender-based violence and femicide in all 5 districts of Limpopo. Over 2.8 million people in Limpopo depend on social assistance through SASSA grants, which continue to restore dignity to our people. Social ills such as GBVF, substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, and child neglect continue to threaten the social fabric of our communities. The ANC commends the frontline social workers, social auxiliary workers, community development practitioners, and caregivers who serve with dedication in remote and under-resourced areas of Waterberg, Vembe, Mopani, Sikukune, and Capricorn. We say thumbs up to the Department of Social Development and SASSA for ensuring continuity of social relief and services, and for the ongoing support to earlier childhood development centers, old age centers, substance abuse treatment centers, and shelters for abused women and children. As Nelson Mandela taught us, our human compassion binds us the one to the other, not in pity or patronizingly, but as human beings who have learned how to turn our common suffering into hope for the future. This House calls on the department to expedite the vetting and TAMIA's funding of compliant NPOs to ensure uninterrupted services to the vulnerable. This House calls on all members traditional leaders and communities to work with social development to build caring, safe, and resilient communities. This House conveys its heartfelt gratitude to all social service professionals for being the conscience of the state. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder to the motion? Honorable members? Honorable Piedi.
Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by Honorable Mate.
Thank you. Any further notice without motion without notice? Honorable Maolu.
Thanks and greetings, Honorable Speaker. The motion without notice. The EFF welcomes the arrest of criminals in Limpopo. And therefore move without notice that the House notes that the EFF welcomes the arrest of notorious criminals in our province. They are now feeling the wrath of the law. We commend the work of the Provincial Commissioner, Jan Skiepers, for sterling work in arresting criminals and putting them where they belong. A total of 2,016 suspects were arrested and 10 firearms were seized during the multidisciplinary high-density Operation Chanel conducted across Limpopo province from Monday, the 17th August 2026 until Sunday, the 23rd August 2026. The operation targeted serious and violent crime through intelligence-driven policing, roadblocks, vehicle control points, stop and search operations, compliance inspections, and other crime prevention initiatives across the province. Our province cannot be a haven of criminals who continue to terrorize and kill the citizens. We implore upon South African police services in the province to continue with the good work they are doing. I so move.
Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Kanyani.
No, thanks very much. It's unusual that I have to second, but I think he has to add that the ANC-led government is the one who is expediting all these things of ensuring that they arrest all the criminals. Thank you very much. It's supported.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable Nenguda.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this House congratulates the South African Police Service in Limpopo under the leadership of the Provincial Commissioner, Major General Jan Skiepers, for the success.
Honorable Nenguda, unfortunately, the motion has been already read.
Okay, thank you.
It's the similar motion.
Thank you.
It's not.
Similar, yeah.
Honorable Manama, help us.
Okay. No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I think in context it's not the same. This one was talking about the Chanela. This one is something else about the Musina. Yeah, which is...
Over to you, Honorable Nenguda, thanks. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this House congratulates the South African Police Service in Limpopo under the leadership of Provincial Commissioner Major General Jan Skiepers for the success of an operation executed in Musina on the 21st of August, 2026, where a possible drug manufacturing factory was discovered with over 600 million rands worth of drugs seized and 5 people arrested. Madam Speaker, this House must also recognize the grave dangers posed by the growing issues of drugs to the people of Limpopo, especially on our children and youth. Drugs destroy young lives by impairing mental health and fueling addiction. Substance abuse exposes children to crime and violence and eventually tearing families apart. Drug-related crimes in Limpopo have increased by 20.7% from 2,340 to 2,825. Therefore, this House requests continued collaboration amongst law enforcement and communities to bring all perpetrators of illicit drug trade before courts. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Mnisi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good morning to the Honorable House. I'm rising to second the motion as presented by Honorable Nenguta. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor Constance Ramadi Meja Kupa Mabuza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker, Bema Kurupecha, and greetings to yourselves. Greetings also to the Deputy Chief Whip, the Whipari, the Chair of Chair, and the Deputy Chair of Chair, the MECs that are here. Special greetings to my Clean Audit MEC, and the Clean Audit Portfolio Committee, and also the members. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion without notice to recognize and commend Ms. Lufuno Nemakonde of Limpopo for her innovative development of hair pieces from banana plant fiber, an initiative that demonstrates how local agricultural resources, creativity, and indigenous innovation can be transformed into commercially viable products. This achievement has the potential to promote women's entrepreneurship, create employment, support rural economies, and contribute to Limpopo's broader industrialization agenda. The House therefore calls on the Limpopo provincial government to strengthen support for women-led innovations, through access to funding, technology, skill development, incubation, market access, and government procurement opportunities, ensuring that promising ideas developed by our people are not only celebrated but are supported to become sustainable enterprises. I commend Mrs. Nomakonde for demonstrating that innovation can emerge from our communities and that Limpopo women are capable of developing solutions that can compete beyond our provincial borders. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and I so move.
Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable Rakhwali.
Thank you so much once more, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the motion as put on by the Honorable Member Kupa Mabuza.
Thank you very much. We now proceed. Honorable Bo.
Ere ke go loche dokotela mo speaker wa Limpopo ke loche le o mo setlana Mmagabo Mapoulo le maloko ka moka a ntlo e kgethwa re eme fa eno ba gopotsa rena re ka re mamotlhale gona mo speakera e le kgwedi ya basadi re gopela gore le ri ya renje madulo ka mola basadi ba borena ba lokologa bagala ba le ba ANC ke batla ba dule ka mo pelo fitlhela ditulo di lokishiwa ntwe di alang ka mola re nya ke setšhaba se tseba re a gopela ba bangwe ba ntatile bagala ba le ba re wa ile re tshwanya re dutse botse ya le re a re tlhompheng basadi ba re ba celebrate
Honorable
le ba
Lebogo,
tiše
you
ka
are
mo
out
pele
of
re a
order.
leboga.
Honorable Lebogo, it's out of order. I thought he's raising a motion. So
Honorable Speaker, the matter was raised, basadi ba lla. Re protecta basadi ba ntlo e ka moka. Re a gopela. Go ba
But
ke bolele nnete basadi ba
Honorable
geso. Le
Honorable
a bona.
Lebogo,
Shibale, le a bona. I look at tabe le kgono re a leboga.
order in the house. Honorable Swapela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising to move without notice that this House recognizes and celebrates Mokhadi Ndlovu, a woman from our province whose remarkable journey embodies resilience and potential of women in our province. Mokhadi is a pastry chef, a businesswoman, a CEO of a company, a musician, a student, and a 9-to-5 employee. Through her different pursuits, she demonstrates that women do not have to limit themselves to one path, but can pursue multiple dreams through hard work and determination. Her story, as highlighted during this Women's Month, reminds us that women are capable of more than what society often expects of them. It is an example that of a woman creating opportunities for herself while inspiring other women to believe in their own abilities. Honorable Speaker, we must continue to create an environment where women have access to opportunities and decent employment, enabling them to become economically independent and active participants in the economy. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swapela. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Metle Ramhlola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker. I therefore rise to second the motion by Honorable Sobopela. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we still having any other motion without notice? I think we are done, isn't it? Okay. Thank you so much. We shall now move to item 3. Notice of motions, Rule 146 is none. Item 4, statements of members, Rule 199. Members, Honorable Small.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On Friday, the 21st of August, I conducted an oversight to the Tsanin wastewater treatment works and found that the treatment plant is in severe state of neglect and disrepair. The treatment plant has reportedly been non-operational for months. The inlet works are not operating as 2 new mechanical screens, water wash screens, and a conveyor and compactor are required. The degritting system needs to be refurbished and upgraded with new technology. The municipality is severely cash-strapped and incapable of rehabilitating the treatment plant at a minimum cost of 2.2 million rand. We found evidence of sewage being loaded into skip bins, clearly to be dumped elsewhere, actually in the municipal dumping area, and raw sewage running through the system straight into the Letaba River. The continuous sewage leaks and the dysfunctional treatment plant continues to pollute the Letaba River, which provides essential water for the region's massive subtropical agricultural sector, supports local communities, and feeds key storage areas like the Tsanin Dam. The lack of urgent remedial action at the treatment plant will lead to an environmental disaster and have disastrous consequences for the health of the community as well as the economy. Honorable Speaker, through you to the Honorable MEC for CoGHSTA, whether his department has done anything to analyze, to determine the challenges of the waste
treatment plant and how to assist? If so, what are those? What provincial interventions are in place to assist the treatment plant to be compliant with the various legislations? Whether a criminal complaint has been laid by his department against the municipality or officials for their gross dereliction and duties of non-compliance which are leading to this pollution. Thank you.
Any further member statements? In the absence of any further statements, I will allow the MECs. Is there any other further statement? Honorable Magolo.
Yeah, once again, greetings, Honorable Speaker. The member statement here, the legislature doing business with rogue security company. The Honorable Speaker, the EFF is disappointed that the legislature has enlisted the services of Mamaila Security Company, which exploits workers here and elsewhere in the provincial government departments. Workers have not signed contracts with the company 8 months down the line. Furthermore, the company does not pay workers in terms of the national key point. Workers are paid far less than the expected. This security company does not comply with anything. Workers are also not paid on time. We must find out how the company got to be awarded a tender in the legislature as to whether the awarding complied with the supply chain management processes. This company continues to treat our people badly, knowing that they are protected by the leadership of the legislature. The legislature must immediately terminate the contract of this security company. We have police guarding this key point. What was the thinking behind enlisting these services of a security company, if not to loot the resources? We find no logical reasoning for double parking in this regard. I thank you.
I will allow the MECs to respond to the statements, and the Deputy Speaker is here if she's ready to respond on behalf of the legislature. Yeah, over to you, MEC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, MECs, Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, all the whippery. I'm here, Honorable Speaker, to respond on the matter of the Tzaneen water treatment plant, which Honorable Smale visited out of the almost 80 waste treatment plants that we have in the province to this one of Tzaneen. We want to acknowledge that we are, as a provincial government, CoGHSTA, working with all the 10 water service authorities. We are improving in terms of our green drop status, meaning that all our water treatment plants are now improving. Taking into account on the matter he has raised, we have not received any criminal case that has been opened by anybody with the Tzaneen waste treatment plant. What I can commit here will zoom in specifically and try to look at the matter as he raised. But we are doing work in the entire province. And I can assure this August House that the report I have show a general improvement in terms of waste treatment plant in the entire province. But with this matter, as has been raised with us, we'll take it with the municipality of Mopani, district municipality. The only thing I can confirm, Honorable Smale, is that Mopani district municipality is not a cash trap municipality as we speak. I know it has adopted an unfunded budget, but funding plans are in place to make sure that
all what we said we'll be able to do this financially can be achieved. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Chief Whip and the entire whippery. Greetings to the Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and greetings to the members of ESCO and honorable members. Good morning to all of you. Madam Speaker, we do have that a security company here in Legislature. It's guarding our buildings, but the matter of them not paying the workers is something else and is very new to us. We'll then investigate and come back and report to the House. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We really appreciate the response. We now move to item 5, executive statements. MECs, is there an executive statement? No. Now we'll go to item 6, tabling of reports, other reports and papers. 6.1, tabling of 2025-2026 departmental entities annual reports, leader of government business, Honorable MEC, Honorable Makam Basikopo Rogers.
Thanks very much once more, Honorable Dr. Makoma Urpeche, our Speaker. Once more, greetings to members of the Executive Council, the Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members, and also members on my left led by an aspirant executive mayor of one of our municipalities in the province. One of our municipalities in the province. Madam Speaker, allow me to indicate to this august House that the annual reports are an important mechanism by which the executive accounts to the provincial legislature on their activities. Madam Speaker, Section 65 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, Act number 1 of 1999, as amended, provides that the executive authority responsible for department or public entity must table to the provincial legislature an annual report and financial statements together with the audit report of those statements within 1 month after the accounting officer of the department or entity has received the audit report. Based on that, Madam Speaker, as a leader of government business in the provincial legislature, on behalf of my colleagues in the Executive Council, do hereby table the departmental institutional annual reports and all the entities in the province for the departments for consideration by the Honorable House. The following are the annual reports that we are tabling today from the Office of the Premier, the Department of Education, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Department of Provincial Treasury, the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, together with its entities, Limpopo Gambling Board, Limpopo Economic Development Agency, Limpopo Tourism Agency, the Department of Health, the Department of Transport and Community Safety together with its entity, GAL, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure with its entity, RAL, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Department of CoGHSTA, the Department of Social Development. All the departments, Honorable Speaker, have submitted on time as we agreed. So I submit to the House, Honorable Speaker. Nakensa.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The table 2025-2026 departmental public entities annual reports are referred to the relevant portfolio committees and SCOPA for consideration and report back to the House. 6.2, tabling of 2025-2026 Limpopo Legislature annual report, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mayor Portia Grace Mamorobela. Igama lamakhosikazi.
Speaker, this chair's moments, yeah, it's a problem. The speaker, the chair of chairs now is telling me things that I must push my chair well so that when I stand up, he does not have to put his eyes the other way. You understand? So it's a serious problem. So, Honorable Lebo, I agree with you on this one. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the House. I will not greet again, but I've greeted earlier. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with the dictates of Section 60 of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act 2009, I, Tebogo Portia Grace Mamorobela, the Deputy Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, hereby table before this House the annual report, including the audited financial statement by the Auditor General for the financial year ending 2025-2026, to be considered by the relevant committee of this August House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Raleboga. The connection that exists today here, the cross-pollination amongst. It's really very interesting. It will make our work easy. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The 2025-2026 Limpopo Legislature Annual Report is referred to the Oversight Mechanism Committee for consideration and report back to the House. We are now going to item 7, consideration of the orders of the day. 7.1, consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of CoGHSTA. I'm told that today we have an acting chair, which is Honorable Choris Pokani, will be acting on behalf of the chair of the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Pokani, you are welcome to come and present the reports accordingly.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Leader of Government Business, the members of the Executive Council, the Deputy Chief we present here, the Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Chairs of Portfolio Committees, the Leader of Opposition Parties, and all honorable members present here. I hereby submit item 7.1.1, which is 2025-2026 second quarter report, Department of CoGHSTA, for consideration and adoption. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable Konyana?
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by the Honorable Acting Chair, Ntate Wamaupi Choris Pokan.
Over to you, Chair. 7.1.2.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. I once more submit item 7.1.2, 2025-2026 third quarter report of Department of CoGHSTA for consideration and adoption. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder to the report? Honorable Bella?
I'm not going to say sorry, Speaker. Can you have a time about you? Relevant Speaker. Relevant. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker. I stand to second the proposal from the from the acting chairperson of CoGHSTA today.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We shall now refer to the speakers list. Mayor Honorable Machomani Makua Asnat. She's opening the debate. Honorable Machomani, you have got 12 minutes for the debate.
Thank you very much, Speaker. First of all, I just want to say, Madam Speaker, Honorable Dr. Makoma Makrupeje, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Tebogo Mamrobela, our Chief Whip, Honorable Esop Mkhonyana on his absentia, Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Rogers Monama, esteemed member of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, our Honorable Premier, Dr. Popi Ramathuba on her absentia, our Wipari, members of the Executive Council's MEC, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here today in this August House in the month of August, where women of our society took the apartheid government by the scruff of its neck when on the 9th of August, 1956, led by brave and gallant leaders like Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, and Sophia Williams, the brain, descent on the union buildings in protest against the past law. Draconian apartheid laws that subjected women to triple oppression. Madam Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa in 1996, Act 108 of 1996, as amended, provided in Section 114 that the legislature must ensure that all the provincial organs of state in the province are accountable to it and should maintain oversight over the executive authority, including the implementation of legislation. The Portfolio Committee on CoGHSTA has a constitutional obligation to oversee and monitor the Department of CoGHSTA performance on service delivery. Section 26 and 27 of the Public Financial Management Act of 1999, Act of 1999, supported the role of the legislator in the making sure that there is a accountability in different departments. House Rule 81 of subsection 1, A, B, C, D, and E of the Limpopo Legislature Standing Rules and Orders further gives the legislator power to perform oversight function over executive departments. Madam Speaker, the total budget allocated to the department for the 2025-2026 financial year is 2.573 billion. This amount is distributed across the 4 key programs of the department, namely administration, institutional, sustainable women settlement, cooperative governance, and traditional institution development. As at 30 September 2025, end of quarter 2, a total of 828.7 million had been spent, representing 32% of the total budget. The expected straight line spending at the end of quarter 2 is 25%, which means that the department is spending above the project baseline. As at 31 December 2025, end of quarter 3, actually expenditure amount to 2.29 billion against an adjustment budget of 2.84 billion, representing 81% of the budget spent. Madam Speaker, in both the second and the third quarter, cooperative government has been 100% of its planned target achieved, while women's settlement was the worst performing in quarter 2 of the 2025 and 2026 financial year. The department had 48 planned targets, of which 43 were achieved and 5 were not achieved, translating on an overall performance of 89.6%. The department had 49 target planned for quarter 3, of which 40 were achieved and 9 were not achieved, translating to 81.6% overall performance, a decline of 8% from the 89.6% achieved in quarter 2. Madam Speaker, the department performs above 80%. The integrated sustainable women's settlement keeps performing badly at 77.8% in the second quarter and 44.4% in the third quarter. The Marapong Community Residential Unit, SRU, in Lephalale have now been under construction for 11 years, spanning from the 5th of the 7th administration. Despite repeated commitments, including the MEC budget speech 2025 and 2026 pledge to complete all 514 units by 30 June 2025. The project remains incompleted. The department continues to attribute delay to poor performance by the principal agent and contractor, while repeatedly extending completion deadlines. Each extension carrying direct financial implication for both the department and provincial budget. Separately, 2 contractors were appointed to build 200 housing units at Altoostyd, with site handover completed in February 2025. With constant oversight visit and the support from the MEC, Honorable Makamu, a lot of progress has taken place. And if electrification can happen in Marapong, then the Marapong song will be a thing of the past. The challenges of water provision and electrification at Altoostyd are nearly an end as soon as we'll no longer talk about Altoostyd anymore. We will sing Ebenezer. Madam Speaker, the department is urged to ensure the electrification of Marapong CRU and thus completed it. The department is urged to complete the water infrastructure at the Altoostyd and have the area electrified and then complete it. With those words, Madam Speaker, I say thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mapoulo Lawrence, you are the next. You have 9 minutes for the debate.
All protocol observed, Dr. Makuru, our Honorable Speaker. The EFF is disappointed that this department does not have the capacity to achieve the targets they set for themselves. For an example, in quarter 2 of 25-26 financial year, the department had 48 planned targets, of which 43 were achieved and 5 were not achieved, translating to an overall performance of 89.6%. As if this is not enough, the department had 49 target planned for quarter 3, of which 40 were achieved and 9 were not achieved, translating to 81.6% overall performance a decline from 89.6% achieved in Q2. Honorable members, le lena le dio iponela gore ba goga ka gara, ba goga ka thorax, ba re ka thorax, ka mo go bontate Makamo. Honorable members, this is a classic example of a department that fails to fully achieve the target that were set by themselves and not imposed to them. The people of Limpopo expect nothing but full achievement of targets planned to deliver services to communities in order to make their lives better. The fact that the matter is that this department does not have quarterly monitoring systems, performance indicators, which is important for planning and budgetary processes. But furthermore, quarterly monitoring system will serve as an early warning system by alerting department to areas of weak performance requiring remedial action. The department achieved 81.6% of its 49 planned targets, with nine targets not achieved, representing an 18.4% non-achievement rate. This is a decline of approximately 8 percentage points from 89.6% achieved in Q2, highlighting the need for significant improvement, particularly in human settlement, royal affairs, and administration, including or maoshare na ba kumane medical aid, maparangwe, ba tshwanetse kumana medical aid. The failure to achieve target on the sensitive program like human settlement and royal affairs is a criminal and must be called for what it is. If you remember, one of the coaches of Kaiser Chiefs said, this is criminal. You are criminal. Then you have to be arrested. The department must take action on officials who are responsible for this carelessness, and they must face the music to serve as an example that negligence shall not be tolerated. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned about 11 provincial municipalities that continue to operate on unfunded budget, which poses a material risk to service delivery sustainability. We must name and shame these leaderless municipalities. Nothing must be hidden to our people. The notorious municipalities which unshamedly continue to operate under unfunded budget are the following: Greater Letaba, Bapalaborwa, Mopani District, Mosena, Makado, Vembe, Tabazimbi, Mogalakwena, Modimolle Mokopong, Waterberg, and Fetahomotubat. This is the biggest, highest ever in the current administration of Premier Ramatuba. What action was taken on official and political leaders of these municipalities for allow their municipalities to operate under unfunded budgets? None. Some leaders responsible for some of these municipalities were even rewarded with top positions during the conference of the former liberation movement for messing up their municipalities. Conferences that are not people-orientated but convened under patronage, factions, and loyalty rather than quality leadership that has the interest of the people at heart will always produce outcomes like this. The department must ensure that there is consequence management on officials responsible for financial misconduct, financial mismanagement, and irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and that misappropriated funds are recovered. Honorable Speaker, all municipalities in the province are to are to have approved integrated and funded disaster management plans and the department to report on compliance. The EFF calls for recourse of this matter by imploring the department to apply for Section 32 of Municipal Finance Management Act. People must start to pay from their pocket. Taxpayers are no longer going to pay for mediocre. Unfortunately, things get to be said in the committee meeting and they disappear as soon as people leave parliamentary village, almost signaling that it was just a breakfast and lunch meeting. Ruduela, otachampa loya hai. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mapoulo. Honorable Small. You have got 7 minutes, Honorable Small.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable MECs, members and colleagues in the House. The second and third quarter is not a report of progress. It is a report of a department in decline and municipalities collapsing under the ANC. Let us look at the facts. In quarter three, the department achieved only 81.6% of its 49 planned targets. 9 targets were missed, an 18.4% failure rate. This is a significant decline from the 89.6% achieved in quarter two. The department is going backwards. And the worst performer is the program that should be restoring dignity to our people, human settlements. Program 2 achieved only 4 of the 9 targets, 44.4%. That is a collapse of 77.8% from quarter 2. Human settlements is now the lowest performing program within the department. And 44.4% is not just the statistics. It means families remain in shacks, people wait for houses and title deeds, informal settlements remain neglected. The ANC promised us houses. What it delivered, it was failure. Honourable Speaker, Program 3, Corporate Governance, claims 100% performance with all 18 targets achieved. But if CoGHSTA is achieving 100% in supporting municipalities, why are our municipalities collapsing? A department can achieve 100% on paperwork while communities have no water, sewage flows into our rivers, and municipalities remain financially dysfunctional. This is paperwork masquerading on performances. Consider the municipal financial crisis. All 27 municipalities used consultants for financial reporting at a cost of 235 million rand. This is on top of the 885 million rand spent on municipal finance units. Yet, 20 municipalities, 74%, still submitted financial statements containing material misstatements. So, taxpayers pay for finance units, then pay consultants, and still do not get credible financial reporting. Where is the accountability? Where is the consequences? Where is the management? The crisis goes further. 11 municipalities have unfunded budgets, while 5 more have reported deficits. There are warnings that municipalities are running out of financial capacity to deliver basic services. And then there is wastewater. The DS oversight has found severe neglect at the Tsanin, Elas Motsoaledi, and Efra Mogale wastewater treatment plants, Honourable MEC. Broken infrastructure, missing equipment, non-operational systems. And when wastewater systems fail, raw sewage end up being transported away off onto our flowing rivers. These rivers support our agricultural, feed dams, and provide water to our communities. This is an environmental, economic, and human crisis. On the 17th of April, 2024, The DA laid criminal charges against the Greater Tzaneen municipality in relation to pollution. Directives were issued, yet the underlying problems remain. Honourable Speaker, laws means nothing if government refuses to enforce them. A government that cannot protect its people, water cannot claim to be delivering cannot claim to be delivering service delivery. The people of Limpopo do not need more colored graphs. They need water in their taps. They need houses. They need functioning sewage systems. They need municipalities that account for every rand spent. Therefore, this department must first enforce penalty clauses on failed consultants' contracts. Second, conduct a full skills audit on all 27 municipal financial units and appoint qualified professionals where skills are lacking. Third, urgently intervention in failing wastewater treatment plants and ensure that emergency rehabilitations actually delivers results. Honourable Speaker, the numbers tells us one story. The community tells us another. The department can claim 100% on a spreadsheet. But when a mother turns on a tap and nothing comes out, that is failure. When a family waits years for a house, that is failure. When raw sewage flows into a river, that is failure. And when millions are spent without fixing the problem, that is governance failure. The people of Limpopo deserve service delivery, not excuses. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. We shall now allow Honourable Choris Pukani to come and close the debate as the acting chair of the committee. And when he comes here, he must wait until he presents the next item. Over to you, Chair. You have got 12 minutes to close the debate.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. Greeting once more to our Honourable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Leader of Government Business, Honourable Makamu, the members of the Executive Council, the Chair of Chairs, the Deputy Chair of Chair, the Deputy Chief Whip, and the Whipari is in entirety. I made a mistake of not greeting the Whipari last time. The chairpersons of committees, the leader of opposition parties, and all honourable members present here. Honourable Speaker, it is indeed a provision of the Constitution of South Africa which provides that the legislature must ensure that all provincial organs of state in the province are accountable to it and should maintain oversight over the executive authority, including the implementation of legislation. The Portfolio Committee on CoGHSTA has a constitutional obligation to oversee and monitor the Department of CoGHSTA's performance on service delivery. And it is safe, Honourable Speaker, to indicate that, indeed, the Portfolio Committee on CoGHSTA does exactly that. We can also report that the Honourable MEC always avails himself to come and account to the Portfolio Committee in terms of the performance of the department. Honourable Speaker, the total budget that has been allocated to the department for the 2025-26 financial year is 2.5 billion. This amount is distributed across the 4 key programs of the department, namely administration, institutional sustainable human settlements, cooperative governance, and traditional institutional development. We are here to report, Honourable Speaker, that on the 30th of September 2025, a total of million has been spent by the department, and that represented 32% of the total budget. Since the expected straight line spending at the end of Q2 is 25%, this means that the department has managed to spend above the projected baseline. And Honorable Speaker, at the end of Q3, as at the 31st of December 2025, the actual expenditure amounted to 2.2 billion against an adjusted budget of 2.8 billion, representing 81% of the budget spent. Honorable Speaker, in Q2 of 2025-26 financial year, the department had 48 planned targets, of which 43 were achieved and only 5 were not achieved, translating into a total percentage of 89.6%. We need to indicate, Honorable Speaker, but in Q3, there were 49 targets and only 40 targets were achieved, which was a decline in terms of performance. We must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that in both the second and third quarters, the program on cooperative governance has seen 100% performance in terms of its targets. This is a clear indication that the Department of CoGHSTA has been consistently supporting the municipalities in the province. Despite this support, Honorable Speaker, we must indicate that there has been a consistent underperformance by municipalities. But this underperformance by municipalities cannot put squarely at the door of the department, because the department, though it has got a responsibility of playing oversight role over those municipalities, it can't do the work for the municipalities themselves. But we are here to report that with the performance that we've had with regard to municipalities, of course, is a clear indication of what the department has been doing, trying to offer the necessary support that is required. In terms of Program 2, Honorable Speaker, with regard to which is human settlement, we must indicate that the department hasn't been doing well with regard to this one. And at the end of Q3, it moved to 44.4%. This has been indicated to be the challenges with the CRUs in Lephalale and Altoostyd. We must indicate that this issue of CRUs have been the department's Achilles heel and contributed quite immensely to the underachievement in both Q2 and Q3. Honorable Speaker, the Marapong CRU in Lephalale, which has been under construction for some years now, have experienced quite a number of extensions regarding completion deadlines. This, the department attributes to the delay to poor performance by the principal agent and the contractor. And for that reason, in addressing that matter, the department has written letters, non-performing letters, both to the principal agent and the contractor. Other areas of underachievement, Honorable Speaker, in Program 2, in Q2 and 3, are in relation to delayed approvals of housing subsidy applications, as well as non-disbursement of fleet subsidies due to pending concurrences by the National Department. We must also indicate that the issue of climate change and floods did not assist the department to complete those two projects. They affected those projects negatively and to a greater extent. And it led to many days that were missed because workers could not go to work. And we can attest to that as the portfolio committee of CoGHSTA, because we paid a visit there And it was not easy even to get into the place because of the rain. With constant oversight visits and the support from the MEC, Honorable Magamu, a lot of progress has taken place. And if the few things that are still outstanding can be finalized, more especially issues of electricity in Marapong, the issue of the provision of water in Altoostyd, these projects would ultimately come to their final conclusion. It should be noted, Honorable Speaker, that despite the challenges hinted above, there have been some areas of excellent achievements that we can write home about. For instance, against a target of 1,023 housing units in the third quarter, the department was able to complete 1,592 housing units. This speaks directly to a change in the life conditions of our people, more especially the poorest of the poor. What that also means is that those who had no shelter were then afforded an opportunity to have shelter over their heads. Another achievement has been that there had been a full implementation of employee wellness programs. The achievement of this employee wellness program, Honorable Speaker, would go a long way in improving the overall performance of the department because the health status of individual employees have an impact on their performance. The department also prides itself for having awarded 98.3% bids to companies owned by designated groups, which far exceeds the 40% target. It would have been amiss of me not to highlight this achievement, as this has an economic impact on our people. Anything that brightens the lives of our people and enables them to put bread on the table is worth celebrating. As the portfolio of CoGHSTA, we encourage the department to continue ensuring that our people get economically touched through this transformative agenda on procurement. Another achievement that is worth noting is the full resolution of all planned action items in quarter 3, audit items, I mean. Such an achievement bodes well for the oncoming audits. The department has also exceeded its training targets. Against a target of 250 employees to be trained, the department was able to train 501 employees. This, in essence, Honorable Speaker, put the department in a new trajectory for improved performance as it gradually capacitates its employees. Honorable Speaker, our work and the work of the department must resonate with the lived realities of our people and respond to the material conditions they face daily. We serve at the behest of our communities, and our actions should reflect their needs and aspirations. And if we were able to do that, we would have fulfilled our duties as government. The people of Limpopo are our guiding light, resilient, inspiring, and unwavering in their pursuit of a better future. And the Department of CoGHSTA should assist us in ensuring that we build these achievements, and we therefore recommit ourselves to working together with the department in ensuring that Limpopo is a safe, inclusive, and is full of prominence for generations to come. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pokani, for the debate. I will not allow the MEC for CoGHSTA to respond now. He will only respond after the second debate. I shall now move immediately to item 7.2, which is consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of CoGHSTA. Honorable Pokani 7.2.1 report on the oversight visit to Lephalale-Marapong Community Residential Units and Altoostyd RDP House Development. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I once more submit item 7.2.1, which is report on oversight visit to Lephalale-Marapong community residential units and Altoostyd RDP house development on 22nd of April 2026 for consideration and adoption by the August House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Ma'am Tloti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makurupech. I rise to second the report as presented by the acting chairperson of CoGHSTA, Honorable Pokana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We shall now refer to the speakers list. Honorable Petule Pesi Machete, you are opening the debate. You have got 12 minutes. Thank you so much.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me rise on the protocol as already established and take this opportunity to address this August House when we are considering and adopting the report on the oversight visit to Lephalale-Marapong Community Residential Unit and Altoostyd RDP House Development on the 22nd April 2026 of the Portfolio Committee on the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. Having said that, let me take this opportunity and greet the August House and indicate that we are gathered here today in the 4th week of the Women's Month. This month is in honor of the 20,000 women who challenged the apartheid regime and marched to the Union Building in Pretoria on the 9th of August 1956 against the past laws. We will always remember the 5 women who led this historic and successful march. We remember Lillian Ngoyi, Sophia Williams de Bruyn, Rahima Musa, Albertina Sisulu, and Helen Joseph. Bomma ni Imbokodo. In their petition, they said, we, the women of South Africa, have come here today. We represent and we speak on behalf of hundreds of thousands of women who could not be with us. But all over the country at this moment, women are watching and thinking of us. Their hearts are with us. Honorable Speaker, we are on women from every part of South Africa. We are women of every race. We are from the cities and the towns, from the reserves and the villages. We come as women united in our purpose to save the African women from the degradation of passes. Very important to clarify some concepts if time will permit. But key to that was that the challenge with regard to the degradation of passes. And what does that mean? It means the process of something becoming worse. In other ways, the application and how it should be able to monitor how their movement was and how they should be able to behave was a very serious problem. Hence, they had to roll out and ensure that they are able to march on this very important date. That is important to understand the role that they've played, because it was not out of something as opposed to the pain that women were going through. And it's very important that from time to time, we keep to honor the role and ensure that women are empowered at all levels as and when we move forward. Madam Speaker, the Marapong CRU is a project comprising 519 housing units in Lephalale local municipality. The project commenced in the 2016-2017 financial year and has been under construction for more than a decade. It was originally scheduled for completion by June 2025. Despite multiple completion deadlines, extensions, and substantial financial investment. The project is still not completed. Altos, comprising 200 RDP housing units, is a project primarily for beneficiaries relocated from Marapong during the CRU construction. Madam Speaker, the water supply was opened for direct inspection. Water flow was confirmed, albeit at low pressure. The lower pressure is attributed to the absence of electrification, as pumping infrastructure has not been energized. Electrification is entirely dependent on ESCOM providing a budget code. Again, I think it's proper that we must also clarify what a budget code is. It's a number used to identify classific and particular type of income or expenditure in a budget. I think the people at home would also be able to grapple with some of these concepts that are here. A prerequisite for design and installation at the time of the visit, ESCOM had not yet issued the budget code. It was estimated that once the budget code is obtained, the electrification process, including design and installation, will take approximately 3 months. Madam Speaker, internal road construction is significantly behind schedule. Material or cobbles has been delivered to site, and the road contractor was on site ready to work, but work could not commence on the day of visit due to heavy rainfall and flooding. The Marapong CRU sits on a high water table, which has repeatedly caused delays. The guardhouse at the entrance has been completed. Installation of the boom gate access control remains outstanding. And if time permits, we'll also explain what is a boom gate. A boom gate is no, thanks very much. I'll come back to that. There was no project steering committee established for the Marapong CRUs, in spite of the community resolution taken during the last visit in October 2025. The department acknowledged this and confirmed that an informal arrangement comprising departmental officials, the principal agent, SMEs, a community liaison officer, and municipal officials has been in operation. It was agreed that this arrangement has no formal name, terms of reference, or legislative standing. The CLO was not present at the oversight visit. A serious concern was raised and a directive given that a formal PSC be established immediately. Madam Speaker, CoGHSTA, in anticipation of security challenges, invited beneficiaries of the Altoostyd RDP houses to come and collect the keys to their houses so that they could secure their houses. Some indeed just monitored the same, but others moved into the house. This movement into houses created other challenges as this community now needs services like water, sanitation, and electricity. No functional sanitation infrastructure is in place. The original wastewater treatment system was damaged during the construction period. A new service provider has been appointed to rehabilitate the wastewater treatment plant and sewage system at a budget of 8 million. The contractor discovered that sewer manholes are being used by the resident, impeding construction. The department estimated completion by 13 June 2026, revised to mid-July 2026 in subsequent submissions. Water networks infrastructure has been installed, but cannot be commissioned as some pipes were damaged during construction. If the water were turned on in its current state, the site would be flooded. JoJo tanks have been installed as an interim measure, but no formal arrangement with the municipality for water supply is in place. There is currently no water on site for residents. Electricity provision is the responsibility of Lephalale municipality. The municipality has budgeted for connection in the 26-2027 financial year. But Eskom has not granted the full electrical capacity applied for. No electricity is connected at Altoostyd. There are no tarred or surfaced internal roads. The service agreement between CoGHSTA and the municipality specified that roads will be tarred. This has not been done. The project scope includes roads graveling, but this work has not been completed. The original informal structures at the Marapong site from which Altoostyd beneficiaries were relocated have not yet been demolished. The committee expressed concern that this creates the risk of reoccupation by other community members, perpetuating the very social housing challenges the development was intended to resolve. Lephalale local municipality clarified that while CoGHSTA installed service infrastructure, including electricity cables and water lines, during construction of Altoostyd, the municipality has not issued occupancy or services certificates. Formal handover has not been completed. As a result, the municipality does not currently accept responsibility for services at Altoostyd. There are no functional services, no water, no sanitation, no electricity, and no tarred road. This provides a picture in relation to the state of issues as mentioned in the two areas that I have spoken about. However, one must indicate that the Portfolio Committee on CoGHSTA has made an intervention that given the challenges that are faced at that level, we should be able to roll out some activities to ensure that we are able to deal with that. And we believe in the capacity of the MEC for CoGHSTA that we would be able to achieve this so that our people are able to get the services that are enshrined to them to get in terms of the Constitution. And we believe that we are in the right course. We will be able to achieve this as the African National Congress-led government. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
We appreciate, Honorable Machete, that you still stick to your time, even when you don't have the timer next to you. Thank you so much. We will now allow Honorable Mapolo Makhabu Lawrence as the next speaker on the list. Over to you, Honorable Mapolo. You have got 9 minutes.
Thank you very much, and all protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, the Marapong CRU and Altoostyd area development in Lephalale, just like the MMSEZ, is the epitome of one of the most devastating governance failures of the current administration. Both projects have experienced significant delays due to the poor governance, corruption, and mismanagement, which is unaccounted for to date. Despite all this glaring and obvious truth, no one has been arrested so far. They are being shielded from possible arrests and jail term for the crime they committed against the people of Lephalale. Despite repeated commitment, including the MEC budget speech 2025-2026, pledge to complete all 514 units by 30th June 2025, the project remains incomplete. Honorable Speaker, more than 300 million spent on the project cannot be accounted for. Culprits are getting away with murder. The EFF is convinced that politicians are involved in corrupting and stealing from the project, hence it cannot be completed as expected. We have never seen a government project as stubborn to fix as this one. And once you see that happening, you must know politicians have colluded with the contractor in stealing taxpayers' money. For an example, how many site visits were conducted on this project, and did the situation change? Nothing has ever changed. No, nothing at all, despite this many site visits that were conducted to this project. This is a proof indeed you are touring because there is absolutely no results. And when I said we are tourists when visiting this place, people laughed at me, and this is the truth. The portfolio committee on CoGHSTA visited the Marapong CRU 3 times, and in all these occasions, no visible progress was evident on site. What have the people of Lephalale done to deserve this treatment worse when the former liberation movement even claimed that you are carrying government? The Marapong CRU have been under construction for more than a decade, having commenced in 2016-17 financial year. Why should a project take so long to complete? The only logical explanation is that the project has been used as a milking cow by the politician colluding with contractors. Honorable Speaker, despite multiple completion deadlines and substantial financial investment, the project is still far from completion. Deadlines are only meant to disguise that there will be progress when we know it's ever going to happen. This question is what happened to the additional funding that was injected into the project for the completion of this project. Honorable Speaker, Altoostyd housing project comprising of 200 RDP housing unit primarily for beneficiaries relocated from Marapong during the CRU construction. And now people are prematurely relocating into these houses. Beneficiaries accordingly moved it before water, sanitation, electricity were operational due to frustration with the project that is not nearing completion. You cannot blame our people for prematurely occupying the houses because they are disparate and they need houses as soon as yesterday. If you have never lived in poverty, you will never understand what these people go through. Indeed. You will never know. Now, unfortunately, those that are serving our people doesn't know poverty. It is indeed tragic and sad to see the government play with emotions of our people like this. I doubt if the kingdom of hell will receive them. Honorable Speaker, the absence of bulk infrastructure, water, electricity, and sanitation, and the absence of contractual non-performance and inadequate accountability is worrying. This clearly tells us that this project is not about to be completed anytime soon, and that it will take a miracle to complete it in our lifetime. Finally, our people must get a recourse and justice. The EFF is contemplating on opening the case against the Premier and the MEC of CoGHSTA for the shenanigans in Marapong CRU project and Altoostyd housing project. Thank you very much, and we hope that this former liberation movement will start to smell the coffee because people are angry out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mapoulo. Honorable Small. Frederick Jacobos.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is definitely not a good story to tell today. 11 years. 11 years this Marapong CRU project has been under construction. From the 5th administration to the 7th administration. From Premier Matabata to Premier Ramathuba. From one MEC to another MEC. There is no good story to tell here today. 11 years of promises, budgets, and failures, and still the project is incomplete. Families are still waiting for their homes, and there are still serious concerns over water, sanitation, and electricity. This is not simply a delay. This is a collapse of governance. In 2016-17, the department relocated 233 families from the Marapong informal settlement, promising decent community residential units with water, electricity, sanitation, and roads. Of those families, 160 qualified for RDP houses at Altoostyd, while 73 did not qualify because they had previously benefited from housing programs. Those 73 remain in limbo. House Chair, what have these families received after 11 years? The department says bulk water and sewage infrastructure at Marapong is complete. Yet, during the Portfolio Committee's oversight visit on the 22nd of April 26, our third visit to the site, water came out with low pressure. Why? There is no electricity. And why is there no electricity? Because after 11 years, the department has still not secured the required ESCOM budget code. 11 years, and we are still waiting for a code. The internal roads tell the same story. Cobbles have been delivered, but remain unused. Work was delayed by rain and flooding, despite the fact that the site has a high water table, something known since 2016. The guardhouse is complete, but there is no boom gate, as my colleague said. The department has once again produced new deadlines. 87 units by 30 May 26, and all top structures by 30 June. But previous deadlines were missed. Honourable MEC, during 25-26 budget speech, you promised 514 units by 30 June 2025. Another deadline missed, another extension, another cost to the province. Then there's Altoostyd. 200 RDP houses were completed between November and December 25. Beneficiaries received keys from the contractor, but the municipality has not formally handed over the houses because there is no functional sanitation. House Chair, you cannot hand someone the keys to a house where they cannot flush a toilet. That is not dignifying housing. That is failure. And who pays the price? Not the contractor, not the principal agent, not the officials. The community pays. Families relocated in 2016 are still waiting. Children have grown up while their parents remain without their homes they were promised. Workers at Medupi and Matimba continue to face unnecessary transport costs. And the 73 families who do not qualify have been left behind. House Chair, we have visited Marapong, or the committee, more than 3 times. Every time, they hear the same explanation. Poor performance by the principal agent and contractor. So where is the accountability? Is the principal agent failing? Why is it still being appointed after 11 years? If the contractor is failing, why are extensions repeatedly being granted? Where are the penalties? Where are the consequence management? Where are the accountability? The project steering committee is another failure. During the 22 April oversight, it was found that no formal PSC had been re-established despite a community resolution of October 25. Instead, the community is left with an informal structure without proper terms or references or transparency. This is not meaningful community participation. The department's latest milestone plan, including completing electrifications within weeks, was rightly rejected by the committee as unrealistic. This is not credible planning. It is an attempt to make the next quarterly report look better while the community continues to wait. House Chair, the ANC's pattern is clear. Announce, fail, blame, extend, pay more, visit, tick the box, repeat. The DA demands a different approach. First, immediate consequence management for non-performing service provider. A formal project steering committee within genuine community representation and transparent minutes. Third, no stop structures without functional water, sanitation, electricity and roads. No keys without proper handovers. Fourth, full transparency on payments, variation orders and extensions. And most importantly, we demand a forensic audit of Marapong CRU Altoostyd, every rand spent since 2016, every payment, every variation, every extension, and every person responsible. Honourable MEC, you must table a recovery plan that tells this House who is accountable, what consequences will follow, and when these families will finally receive their homes they were promised. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smalley. Honorable Pokani, please come and close the debate. You have 12 minutes to close the debate.
Honorable Speaker, I will write on the protocol already established. Honorable Speaker, I feel honored to be presenting this speech to this August House in the month of August. As I address this August House, I stand on the shoulders of the 20,000 women who challenged the apartheid regime and marched to the Union Building in Pretoria on the 9th of August, 1956, against the past laws. Honorable Speaker, it is from this valiant and brave women that I derive the honor I made reference to. We are gathered here, Honorable Speaker, in the fourth week of the Women's Month, when we honor women like Lillian Ngoyi, Sophia Williams-De Bruyn, Rahima Musa, Albertina Suzulu, and Helen Joseph. These are the women who led the charge during the March of August 1956. Honorable Speaker, it's of great importance that women in the country should take cognizance of the role played by these former heroes as they unite themselves in ensuring that our people get the necessary services that they deserve. Honorable Speaker, the CRU in Marapong was envisaged as a project comprising 519 housing units under the Lephalale local municipality. And all these units are just waiting for their final touch-ups. Even though we must acknowledge that the project took over a long time to complete, we are encouraged and persuaded that the work would be completed in this financial year. The project of Altoostyd, Honorable Speaker, which has been envisaged as comprising 200 RDP housing units, has all these 200 units being built. And as the portfolio committee visited that area, we were able to realize that the beneficiaries in the Altoostyd have been afforded an opportunity to relocate to that area. We must indicate that this relocation of the people there created some other problems, challenges like issues of water, sanitation, and internal streets. And we must indicate here that the department, working together with the municipality, have been hands-on in ensuring that such kind of challenges are attended to. With our inspection of the Marapong CRU, Honorable Speaker, we need to state here that water supply was open for us to witness, and we realized that the pressure was low, of course, which could be attributed to the absence of electricity. So our expectation as the Portfolio Committee is that the municipality and the department should ensure that they engage ESCOM to an extent that they are able to surmount this challenge of electrification there. Honorable Speaker, we must also indicate that since now the rainy season has given way to a drier season, and the contractor is eager to work, the expectations of the Portfolio Committee is that the internal road construction, which have been something outstanding in that project, should be able to move with extreme speed. We are to report here that the guard house at the entrance has been completed, and there was also an outstanding installation of a boom gate, which will be used for access control into the settlement. We must also indicate that there has been a challenge of the project steering committee, and with our engagement with the department, the project steering committee was re-established. Honorable Speaker, the Department of CoGHSTA, in anticipation of security challenges, like I indicated previously, that they were able to invite the beneficiaries into the houses. This was meant to ensure that those units are secured. And we must also indicate that a new service provider has been appointed to rehabilitate the wastewater treatment plant and sewage system at a budget of 8 million. Another contractor has been appointed to handle the challenge of the sewer manholes being used by residents, which was impeding construction. These are matters that are meant to ensure that at the ultimate end, that settlement becomes habitable for our people. Honorable Speaker, the issue of water network infrastructure, we must indicate that it has been installed, but it could not be commissioned as some of the pipes were damaged during construction. The water could not be turned on in that situation because it was going to create flooding. So in order to address the matters of water challenges there, we are to report that a Joto tank has been installed as an interim measure, and that was meant to be coupled with water tankering by the local municipality. Honorable Speaker, the municipality has also ensured that they budget for electricity for the financial year 2026-27 for that settlement of Altoostyd. Such will assist and ensure that electricity becomes something that our people will be able to utilize. Because in the absence of electricity, it becomes difficult for our people to survive. We need to indicate that in Altoostyd, there are no internal tarred routes. So there is a service level agreement that has been reached between the CoGHSTA and the municipality to ensure that at the ultimate end, that gets done. Like I indicated that at the ultimate end, that settlement where our people are residing should be made habitable. And the expectation is that the department, working together with the municipality, must be able to ensure that that is provisioned. Honorable Speaker, we must also indicate that there is an apprehension from the Portfolio Committee on CoGHSTA with regard to the movement of the beneficiaries for the housing units in Altoostyd after having left the area they were staying in. The apprehension is regarding the possibility of other people occupying those, that area that the beneficiaries of the development Altoostyd have been given. Honorable Speaker, we should also indicate that on the basis of no electricity having been enacted there, the municipality could not issue occupancy or service certificates. And our expectation is that within a short space of time, the municipality working together with the department should ensure that there is a formal handover of those units and the municipality is able to take its responsibility seriously there in ensuring that services that are expected from the local municipality gets provided. Honorable Speaker, as the Portfolio Committee on CoGHSTA, we can safely say, though it took the department a long time to complete this project, we are persuaded that the department, if they can be able to ensure that they proceed in the manner they are proceeding, we are likely to have the settlement completed within a short space of time. And that is what, as the Portfolio Committee, expect the department to do, because any further delay in the completion of these units remains a problem for the department and the government as a whole, because it will mean that more resources must be provided to address these matters. Honorable Speaker, I therefore submit this report to this August House for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pokani. We shall now afford an opportunity to the Honorable the MEC to respond to the debate. Honorable MEC. Honorable Basikopo Rogers Makamu, the MEC for CoGHSTA.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, to come and say our observation into the two debates. First and foremost is to appreciate the oversight that the Portfolio Committee is giving to the department, but also the guidance they are giving us. I must indicate generally, Honorable Speaker, that the oversights, the 3 visits that they made to Marapong and the guidance they gave us have made us to move towards this completion of this long outstanding project, Marapong. But we should be able to say, as they were debating during this Women's Month, it could be an oversight on some of them not to mention very good women the ANC-led government has brought into the leadership of municipalities. Hence, we are seeing municipalities running. The nearest is Capricorn District Municipality under the leadership of a woman getting a clean audit. It's a municipality that you can see it's running effectively. A municipality like Skukune District Municipality, which was a municipality which was not necessarily able to spend their money. Today they are spending almost all the grants 100%, but also improved from qualified to unqualified audit opinion. To a municipality like Villa Villa, which is under the leadership of a woman which was not doing very well, but today as we speak, it's a municipality showing a serious improvement. That shows that these women are there. Honorable Speaker, I must say that in terms of the performance of the second and third quarter, we accept, Honorable, that the program 2 on human settlement was performing around 44%, which is not a desired outcome. But having agreed to that, but we should also be commended, Honorable Smalley, that on corporate governance we achieve 100%. The 44% it's on paper, the 100% it's on paper. You can't choose to pick the 44 and say the 100% is not necessarily the accurate one because it does not suit how you feel. All of them, it's performance, and we acknowledge and we hope to improve all of them. It is a fact that Limpopo is a province that is rising in terms of municipal functionality. Out of 27 municipalities, 2 are sitting on a clean audit. That is Waterberg and Capricorn. 18 are sitting on unqualified matters, and only 8 are sitting on qualification. No single disclaimer, no single adverse. That is how these 6 administrations and the 7 administrations have worked to make sure municipalities improve. Honorable Mapolo raised an issue about medical aid. And I must, like Honorable Machete was trying to explain some of the concepts, that the salaries and benefits of senior traditional leaders is a matter of the president. They are public office bearers like us who are here. And medical aid is not something that you think and do it. But what we can tell is that this province has shown how we take care of our traditional leaders. We are the only province, if you were listening through a window, the last MINMEC, all provinces are wishing, or all senior traditional leaders in other provinces are wishing they were senior traditional leaders in our province because of the care that we normally take to our senior traditional leaders. Let me come to the issue of the oversight visit of Marapong and Altoostyd, which is better known as Joslovo resident. That we acknowledge that the project has been long outstanding, and we agree that the 11 years that we have been battling with this project is something of the past that we are going to complete. You will have noted yourself that at the beginning it was being implemented by the HDA. We withdrew it from the HDA. We are doing it internally. The request of the forensic investigation, I think it's outdated because the forensic investigation has been done and the portfolio committee has been favored, and we have implemented the recommendations of the forensic investigation. That shows that we are serious in making sure that the projects become to an end. But we must give a background that the Altoostyd was not meant for RDP, but the portfolio committee's guidance said those people who were sitting in the TRUs should be able to be allocated RDPs. And this department responded quickly and built the 200 houses in time within the budget. There is not any overspending or any amount that has been used in that project, including the CRU. There is no additional funds that we have requested. to complete the project, and the project is going to be completed sooner. But we should be able to indicate that it's those that do not want to appreciate the work that has been done. All the 150 units in Marapong are complete, and we should agree to that. All the units have got internal fixing. That's why you were able to see water. The water that we saw was not outside the units, it was inside the units. That shows that work has been done and we are completing the project. The internal streets, if you can be able to see, we are almost done with that. The bulk water that we were supposed to do, we are almost done. The only outstanding matter is the electrification of the project, which we do have a quote as I speak. We also have written to the Minister of Electricity to make sure that they support us in making sure. We have even already started with the procurement of the management team that will manage the building, because it will require serious management of maintenance because it's a huge infrastructure. We are working with the municipality to make sure that and I can assure you the project will be completed. We will work with the municipality on the issue of water and sanitation. We have installed JoJo tanks there in Altoostyd for our people to get water. We have already made sure that we construct more than 10 VIP toilets for temporary relief for the people when we have appointed, as it was mentioned here, a contractor that is fixing the reticulation of sewer so that they can be able to flush like any other person. So this is a work that we are doing to make sure that both projects and the visit you have made, but we must appreciate the guidance of the portfolio committee because we are working on those recommendations and implementing to make sure that our people, like it's us, Honorable Smale, which we said in 1955, that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. When our people were not given a single house, today you are able to stand that we have not done 2 or 3 when there was nothing at all, and this government has been doing so much to our people. I hope you should be able to appreciate that we are on course. We will complete Marapong. We will make sure the people in Altoostyd have better life, like we always say. Not we'll be doing that and hand over the project before elections, that we are doing that. We'll be able to do that, Honorable Speaker. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
I can say Honorable MEC for the response. We shall now move to 7.3, consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure Committee. While the chairperson is coming, honorable members, I should be able to indicate that we received the following apologies. Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, MEC Maseko, MEC Rachweni, MEC Radzilani, Honorable Spuru, Honorable Mukawa, Honorable Libya, Honorable Mokhonyana, the Chief Whip, Honorable Baloi D, Honorable Mlapo, Honorable Letswalo, Honorable Mowane, Honorable Malemela, and Honorable Andres Moss. So these apologies are formally acknowledged and accepted to this sitting. I'm raising this matter because Honorable Mawai will be responsible to respond on the debate of public works. I just needed Honorable Mawai to be ready before the debate starts. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, the Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip and the Whippery, Executive Council members present, Chairperson Portfolio Committees, and all members of the Legislature. I rise to present the following reports of the Portfolio Committee, Public Work, Road Infrastructure, and RAL for consideration and adoption by this House. 7.3.1, 2025-2026 second quarter report, Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Mukwili.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nechipepe, the Chair.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Speaker. I rise once more to present the 2025-2026 second quarter report, Roads Agency Limpopo, for consideration and adoption by the House.
Thank you. Honorable Piedi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Makurupeta, Speaker. I rise to second the report as presented by Honorable Nechifefe Bukatu Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I once more present the 2025-2026 third quarter report, Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure, for consideration and adoption.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Matabuke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the report as presented by Honorable Nechifefe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I furthermore present the 2025-2026 third quarter report, Road Agency Limpopo, for consideration and adoption by the House.
Thank you, Chair. I've seen the hand of Honorable Maringa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise to second the submission presented by the Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we shall allow Honorable the Member, Me Ethel Mihloti Mutlope, to open the debate. She has got 12 minutes for the debate. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Our doctor, allow me to observe the established protocol. Khotso Moraro, Nhlekani, good afternoon. They say time flies, but memories last forever. As we conclude the 2026 Women's Month, we take this opportunity to honor the women of 1956, whose legacy we celebrated on the 9th of August, which is now known as Women's Day. During that day, Honorable Speaker, we recommitted ourselves to action and to turn the values of service, equality, and social justice into practical efforts that improve the lives of our people. We must carry this work forward to the next Women's Month and make our world a better one for all, especially the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized, majority of whom are women. Let us conclude the Women's Month with more intensity, rejuvenation, and revival to collectively lead social change and contribute our small and little efforts to build stronger and more caring communities. Honorable Speaker, the ANC welcomed the second and third quarter report of the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure and Road Agency Limpopo. This report are a true reflection of the path traversed by the two entities to meet their outcome, which are to ensure improvement in organizational capacity, provide sustainable road and building infrastructure, and reduce unemployment. These outcomes are directly linked to the ANC's 2024 national provincial elections manifesto priorities of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, reduce poverty, tackle high cost of living, and drive inclusive growth and create jobs. The report of these entities provides an account to their efforts to realize Mandela's redemptive ideal of liberating the country from poverty and the scourge of social injustice, or an ideal of a better life for all, an ideal for which he has prepared to die. The department, Honorable Speaker, is an entity that is too big to fail. And if that were to happen, it would amount to a grave sin which would have Mandela standing in his grave. We applaud the department, Honorable Speaker, for approving the Information and Communication Technology Plan. This is an important milestone that will help to improve service delivery, increase transparency, and cut costs. It is our firm belief that this plan fully aligns with the government-wide corporate governance of ICT policy framework. It is our hope that this plan will institutionalize and position ICT as an integral part of good corporate governance within the department. The ICT infrastructure will enable the department to process data faster and respond to service delivery needs effectively and efficiently. It is our hope that this plan will enable the department to be trailblazer in the use of ICT to construct a citizen-friendly environment and deliver quality services to the people. Another important milestone that is worth celebrating in the ability of the Department of Public Works and Road and Infrastructure is to award 36% or 19 out of 53 of the infrastructure project to women-owned companies. We also welcome the 317 work opportunities created by the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure. Whilst this is not enough, Honorable Speaker, it is commendable. The ANC calls for the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure and Road Agency Limpopo to increase support of the SMMEs with a bias towards those in township and rural areas, with set aside for women, youth, persons with disabilities, and military veterans, and ensure that they are included across all value chains. We also welcome, commend, and congratulate the staff of the department and its leadership on their outstanding revenue collection work. In the words of President Cyril Ramaphosa, I quote, "This revenue collected returns to their citizens as lifeblood," I close quote. We also commend the people and institutions whose attitudes toward compliance with their contractual obligation that has improved. We urge government to also improve institutional integrity in their revenue collection efforts and acknowledge the gesture. Through this revenue, the department will be able to build and maintain public infrastructure and keep its administrative machinery running. Madam Speaker, the ANC welcomes the partnership that the department has established with various sectors to enlist people into work opportunities. We call on the department and these sectors to unblock blockages and that are there to accelerate their recruitment processes and ensure that more people enter the job market. We also welcome the 390 work opportunities that were created by the Road Agency Limpopo. During the second quarter, 195 of these benefited women. This evolution continued into the third quarter, where Road Agency Limpopo recorded 233 work opportunities, with 114 benefiting women. We commend the leadership of Road Agency Limpopo for this outstanding performance. Honorable Speaker, the ANC makes an imperative call to the department to maintain its 10% vacancy rate and ensure that when filling existing vacancy, especially at senior management service level, it promotes employment equity and ensure that women, persons with disability, and black people in general with required expertise and qualification are adequately represented in these positions of authority. The department and its entity must be a standard bearer for a capable state. It must stand as credible blueprint for building an institutional capacities so much needed to achieve a turnaround that exceeds expectation. The ANC attaches specific importance to good governance. In this context, Honorable Speaker, we commend the department of its sterling work to resolve all the outstanding audit queries. We accept that by the end of the third quarter, 84% of all audit findings by Auditor General of South Africa were resolved. We specially call on the department supply chain management and property and facilities management to ensure that they resolve all the outstanding queries. We believe that had it not been for their stagnant performance in this regard, all the queries would have been resolved. We have a duty to improve governance and build a capable professional and developmental public service that is embedded in the values and principles of Watupil. We dare not fail, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Re a leboga. We shall now allow the next person who comes to the debate is Honorable Lebogo Matumi Jacob. He has got 9 minutes to the debate.
Leskan rapeletša Honorable Speaker, re loche le incoming mayor, incoming executive mayor of Polokwane municipality, Ntate Lawrence Mapoulo. Ke dumediše ntlo ka moka. Honorable Speaker, it's important to note that we remain firm on our position to call for the department to insource all projects and workers, and in particular to centralize infrastructure initiatives so that we can have one hub which is responsible for infrastructure development in the province. However, having made such a call, we are disappointed by the continuous failures of this department in terms of meeting its own targets. It means we are heading for more disaster. The insourcing will build state capacity, which will eliminate entities which fail the departments. You will realize that most projects are taken to implementing agencies such as IDT, Mvula, and similar entities, and the state fails. And we call for departments to take charge of such initiatives and not outsource their mandate. Amongst other failures, Honorable Speaker, the department must explain how did they plan 11 targets for the second quarter and only achieve 3? There is no clear explanation of what is happening. And again, you'll realize that the department is failing to manage the properties, which we have losses exceeding over 100 million. And we demand a massive audit in this regard. I wish the MEC was here so that we can remind him how many times did we push that there be an intensive forensic audit in terms of state properties. And we know they are afraid of doing such an audit because former ANC leaders have actually given themselves these properties and we want them back. If the department does not want to use them, we'll give people who are homeless, people who have been eliminated from RDP houses, and those who are disadvantaged because they are not affiliated to the ANC. The department's failure, Honorable Speaker, to maintain properties and act against illegal occupiers has led to illegal invention in over 165 state properties, costing over 150 million. We still demand a solid forensic audit. An undercapacitated internal legal unit, risk and finance units has actually worsened the situation where illegal occupation is the order of the day. Honorable Speaker, as of 30 September 2025, you will note that the department used only 1.93 billion out of the 5.63 billion budget which was reflected in the department, and that is only 34% midterm financial achievement instead of the benchmarked 50%. That becomes a problem. And the only way which can be used to explain this is pure sabotage to service delivery, pure sabotage and undermining of people of Limpopo when you don't use budget which is there. And Limpopo is known of returning monies to National Treasury because of failure and lack of capacity. The areas like infrastructure operations, only 35% was achieved. Road infrastructure, 32% was achieved. And this snail pace operation is compromising service delivery. Given the backlogs that we have, I think it's a general problem, incoming Mayor of Polokwane, that there is failure across departments. You will note that it took only 11 years in Central America to build and expand the Panama Canal. 11 years, 82 kilometers of a watery project. Now, 11 years, just a solid structure where there is no water can be completed. Over 11 years, you go to the Lephalale area called Mountain View, Coppervai, Spa Park. People are still located in cracked houses. People don't have flushing toilets. Storage is spilling in their rooms. They can't stay there. I called the MEC. YC, he knew I'm going to talk about it. We want services to the people of Lephalale in that area and many other areas, and the houses must be given to the people of Juju Valley and other informal settlements. Honorable Speaker, the current spending trend in the department is worrisome, and drastic measures need to be taken to ensure that monies are spent. In particular, all grants must be utilized fully. The laziness to spend budget poses serious risk and causes under expenditure, which could result in monies again being returned to National Treasury. We are not impressed with the work of the department where we are seated, and the MEC should have been here to know that more jobs can be created through insourcing, not only EPWP jobs. We want jobs for all, not jobs for pals, not jobs for only ANC comrades. You will note that this thing of giving ANC comrades jobs, it gives 0% performance out of 133,000 kilometers, which should have been resurfaced, 18,000 square meters only, out of 175 kilometers of roads, which should have been rehabilitated. These are the results of a failed state. These are the results of factional hiring. These are the results of undermining the people of Limpopo. And we are saying the problem is worse across all departments. We are going to intensify the interactions with our communities and open their eyes so that they know that they are not respected by the current government. These failures are not going to be tolerated. And we will make sure that in the next coming years, our people get services. We have raised these issues, Honorable Speaker, that our people deserve services, and we are not going to retreat on that point of ensuring that Limpopo becomes the best, and it is only going to happen under the victory of the economic freedom fighters. And we call upon the people of Limpopo to join the victory train of the EFF to eliminate all these problems of staying in asbestos areas, of not having proper houses, of lacking water, of not having proper roads. We are going to abolish tender systems. We are going to make sure that the people of Limpopo benefit from what Limpopo owns. Amandla.
Honorable Lebogo, we shall now request Honorable Helen Maria to proceed with the next presentation. You have 7 minutes, Honorable Maria.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, our members of the executive, our honorable members, our guests. Thank you very much. Act 7 of 1998, the Northern Province Roads Agency Act, as amended by Act 3 of 2001, established role in Section 2. It's important that we have this background. Section 3.4b described the relationship between the department and the agency. In Chapter 3, Section 25.1 described the functions, powers, and responsibilities of the agency. In section 25.3, it established a framework, and I would like to read this. Except insofar as this Act provides otherwise, the responsibility and capacity to perform the functions mentioned in subsection 1 in the province are entrusted to the agency only. It is my opinion that the imploding and disastrous performance of both the department and RAL has to do with, among other things, the misunderstanding of the provisions of this Act. The department must also provide to the Portfolio Committee the agreement in terms of section 3.4b. The massive reduction of the budget to RAL is the main reason for the implosion of RAL, but the implosion of the department has to do with the skills and experience that was part of RAL and not part of the department. This is an example of a department that tries to take over the functions of an entity without proper planning and skills transferred, and we acknowledge the fact that RAL was a real problem for the department. I'm just not so sure the solution was the best. Employing another almost 1,000 employees, again without proper planning, will not change the situation unless they have the necessary skills and experience. It will cause budgetary constraints very soon in the future, and there will be even less money for road maintenance as the cost of employees will continue to rise sharply. In the second quarter, the department underperformed. The roads infrastructure program performing particularly poor, achieving only 3 out of 11 targets. Some of the targets that went underachieved include the number of square meters of surface roads resurfaced and the number of square meters of surface roads rehabilitated. The department underspent on all 4 programs, failing to reach the spending benchmarks, and underspent the conditional grant, which is a real big concern, funding only spending 13% of the provincial road maintenance grant and only 38% of the EBWP grant. The failure to fully utilize available funding will undermine the provincial road infrastructure. It is unacceptable that in Limpopo, where there is a significant road infrastructure backlog, funds are not being effectively used. Similarly, in the second quarter, RAL also experienced poor program performance, underperforming in the administration and roads infrastructure programs. The RAL budget for infrastructure has decreased considerably by 69% from 2.3 billion in the previous year to just over 730 million. And it remains to be seen what the impact of this will be on road infrastructure delivery in our province, considering that the total value of project commitments at the end of quarter 2 is 3.8 billion. It is most likely that the entity is overcommitted again as in the past, and road infrastructure projects are likely to be neglected to the detriment of our provincial road network, and may we also be reminded that it's our people that use these roads, so all of us will suffer. The billions of irregular expenditure is also not yet resolved. In quarter 3, the department underspent in the administration, EPWP and road infrastructure programs. The department spent only 730 million against an adjusted allocation of 2.166 billion. And the question can be asked from the MEC of Treasury, why do we keep on adjusting the budget and give this department more money while they can't spend it? That 730 million represent expenditure of only 34% of the provincial road maintenance grant. The spending performance remains significantly below third quarter benchmarks and raises serious concern regarding the department's ability to fully utilize the grant. This inefficient spending by the department runs the risk of underutilizing funds meant for infrastructure, or we can expect fiscal dumping towards the end of the year. The department has spent 3.756 billion of its adjusted budget of 5.9 billion, representing overall expenditure of 63%. While this is an improvement on the department's spending, levels are still below expected benchmarks, and it's important that we must look at the full year. It's not good enough to say the first quarter is very low, the second one is very low, the third one is much better, because the average is still very low. The recurring themes of underspent budget and performance targets going unachieved in both the department and its entity speak to a need to improve accountability among officials, and for consequence management for poor performance, and the urgent need to realign the department with RAL according to the legal framework. The legal framework is there to give us guidance, but also to protect all of us. And I'm speaking about the department and RAL. It is unacceptable that a department and entity that have such an important role in the infrastructure and economic development of the province continues to underperform so badly. Remember, each and every single citizen uses roads. If you go to school, if you go to the hospital, if you go to visit your friends, we all are using roads. This department must do better. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate. On the speakers list, we have Honorable Veli-Jack, who is not available today. We shall then allow the chair of the committee, Honorable John Katuchelo Nechipepe, to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip and the Whippery, and the Executive Council members present, chairpersons of portfolio committees, and all members of the Legislature. Madam Speaker, let me join my colleagues and memorialize August, the Women's Month, which is one of the most important months on our national calendar. On the 9th August 2026, the National Women's Day, we celebrated and honored the women of our country. We honored them for their 1956 march to the Union Building, a bastion of apartheid at the time, to register the pain of every woman humiliated by the past laws and angered by the destruction of families. Today's celebration took place under the theme Empowerment, Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. The theme under which the celebrations took place was premised on the fact that our country ranks highly on global indices for women empowerment. At this moment, it is proper that we pause and ask ourselves the question, what does women empowerment mean? In answering this question, the President commented as follows during the 2026 Women's Day celebration. Women empowerment means restoring the names and the stories of the women of 1956 to our national memory. This is so because we know some, but not all, the names. It does not end there. Women empowerment means that women are no longer confined to their homes, are silenced in public affairs, and are subordinated to men. It means accepting that no nation can be free while its women are not free. Women empowerment means equal pay for equal work and equal opportunities employment. Therefore, there can never be any progress in our country without the empowerment of women. Madam Speaker, we welcome the strides that the Department of Public Works, Road Infrastructure, and RAL collectively made to open public procurement to women-owned businesses, so that whatever it depends helps to build women entrepreneurship. This also means drawing more women into the value chain of our major industries. We note that during the period under review, the Department of Public Works, Road Infrastructure, and RAL contracted over 120 SMMEs to render various services, most of whom are owned and managed by women. In the same vein, we commend RAL for spending over 32 million rand on SMMEs, most of whom are women-owned, during the third quarter under review. Accompanying this important milestone is the department's consistent payment of approved and eligible invoices from these entities within 30 days. This is helping This is helping to sustain Limpopo's position as the #1 province in the country that harmlessly pay suppliers invoices within the prescribed 30-day period, as per the Public Service Commission Bulletin Report and the National Treasury's 2025-2026 third quarter report on non-compliance with payment of suppliers invoices within 30 days. Regarding employment, the ANC calls on the Department of Public Works, Road Infrastructure and RAN to increase the number of women employed at various infrastructure development and maintenance projects. We urge the department to ensure that more women engineers, project managers, and artisans are employed. These are the areas where opportunities of tomorrow lie. By employing more women, we are empowering women and consequently empowering the nation. Madam Speaker, we applaud both the Department of Public Works, Road Infrastructure and RAL for collectively appointing over 400 women during the quarter, during 2 quarters under review. We know that we could have achieved more if they were not because of the delays in the implementation of preventative routine roads maintenance and rehabilitation projects. These delays were partly caused by the recent floods that the province experienced. Once again, these appointments are a testimony of the department's commitment to women empowerment. The ANC congratulates the leadership of the Department of Public Works, Road Infrastructure and RAN for this outstanding achievement. While we celebrate women empowerment, we also recognize and welcome employment of over 1,000 young people by both the department and RAL, and over 400% with disability during the same period under review. We welcome these figures, especially as the country grapples with the recently released unemployment figures, which paint a glaring picture when it comes to unemployment. The figures are not just statistics. They represent human potential that remains outstanding, that remains outside the productive economy. Madam Speaker, we are called upon to help realize the ANC's resolve to create and sustain 2.5 million work opportunities by delivering public services and goods. We must use the road construction and development opportunities to contribute to this national effort. We must utilize all available avenues to move our people from survivalist activities to scalable enterprises. To be precise, we must ensure that a large portion of public procurement is directed towards enterprises owned by the designated groups. This must be done aggressively, intentionally, and measurably. We once again welcome this report about the outstanding work that the Department of Public Works, Road Infrastructure and RAN are doing to improve the lives of our people. They are a frank account of progress and a new determination to complete the unfinished business. Our immediate tasks are clear. We know that the needs are many and the resources are minimal. Let us do more with less that we have. This is the time for more implementation and less slogan. So, Madam Speaker, I therefore now submit this report for consideration adoption by this House. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before you go back, you can sit. Yeah. No, you can't go back. You can't go back, Chair. Wait, you can sit a bit. Yeah. Thank you so much. We'll not allow the MEC now. We'll allow the MEC after the next debate. We are now at item 7.4. We shall now allow the chair of the committee to present the consideration and the adoption of the following reports. 7.4.1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity once more, and allow me to write on the protocol already established. I rise to move for the consideration and adoption of the report on the South African Infrastructure Summit 2026. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, now you can go and sit down. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Matlow?
Na khensa wena xipikara ni yimela ku seketela leswi va swi vulavuleke ku tatana na xifefe inkomu.
You can say swinene. We shall now refer to the speakers list. Honorable Pokani Maudi Johannes is opening the debate. You have got 12 minutes. DS. DS.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to write on the protocol already established. Madam Speaker, before I get to the business of the day, I would want to applaud the South African Police Services on the arrest they made through Operation Shanyala from the 10th to the 16th of August, 2026. The operation arrested 2,379 suspects for murder, rape, robbery, GBV, and seized firearms. This is much welcomed, especially during the Women's Month, where a large volume of GBV perpetrators were arrested. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to contribute on matter of infrastructure development and service delivery in the province of Limpopo. Infrastructure remains one of the most important instruments through which government gives expression to the constitutional commitment to improve the lives of citizens. For us as public representatives, infrastructure is not only simply a technical or administrative matter. It is about the dignity of our people, the functioning of our economy, and the ability of government to create conditions in which communities can participate meaningfully. Madam Speaker, the South African Infrastructure Summit and Expo 2026, held from the 9th to the 11th of June 2026, provided an important opportunity for the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure to engage with the national government, infrastructure practitioners, engineers, planners, private sector stakeholders on the challenges and opportunities facing infrastructure delivery in our country. The Portfolio Committee attended the summit as part of its responsibility to strengthen its oversight capacity and to identify lessons that could contribute to improved infrastructure delivery in Limpopo. Madam Speaker, a lesson learned from the summit is that infrastructure delivery requires proper planning, effective project preparation, sound financing arrangements, and implementation. It is not enough for the government to identify a need and allocate a budget. We must also ensure that projects are properly designed. Honorable Speaker, the summit emphasized on improving project implementation, infrastructure investment, and logistics connectivity. Limpopo has significant infrastructure needs across rural and urban communities. We have communities that require better roads and improved water infrastructure. We therefore need an approach that does not only focus on constructing new infrastructure, but also gives equal attention to maintenance, rehabilitation, and the effective utilization of existing assets. Madam Speaker, road infrastructure remains important in Limpopo. Our province occupies a strategic position within South Africa and our roads support the movement of people, agricultural products, minerals, freight, and other goods. The condition of our road network, therefore, has implications far beyond transport. It directly affects economic activities, access to public services, road safety, and the ability of communities to connect with centers of opportunity. The Infrastructure Summit drew attention to the importance of trade corridors, freight movement, and importantly for Limpopo, the impact of overload freight vehicles on road infrastructure. We must also recognize that the sustainability of our road infrastructure depends on maintenance. It is not fiscally responsible to allow infrastructure to deteriorate to a point where reconstruction becomes the only viable option. Planned maintenance, preventative interventions, and proper monitoring can extend the shelf life of infrastructure and reduce costs. Honorable Speaker, our oversight must therefore pay attention not only to where the roads are being constructed, but also to whether appropriate maintenance systems are in place. Where infrastructure exists but does not function properly, government must be able to identify the causes of failure and intervene in a timely manner. Our people should not have to wait for basic services where infrastructure investment has already taken place. Madam Speaker, infrastructure projects must also be approached from a life cycle perspective. When a public facility, for instance, road, water systems, or other asset is constructed, government must consider not only the initial cost, but also the future maintenance requirements. Infrastructure that cannot be maintained is ultimately a wasteful use of public resources. Honorable Speaker, this brings us to the question of governance. The summit included discussions on project governance, financial risk management, and strategies for ensuring that infrastructure projects are delivered on time and within budget. The African National Congress has consistently recognized the importance of building a capable and developmental state. This means that institutions must have the appropriate skills, systems, leadership, and resources to implement government policy. It also means that officials and public representatives must understand that public office is a responsibility to serve society, rather than an opportunity for personal benefit. Honorable Speaker, the issue of consequence management must also be taken seriously. Where projects fail because of poor planning, weak contract management, non-performance, and other failures, there must be serious intervention. Where there is evidence of wrongdoing, the relevant accountability processes must be set in motion. Honorable Speaker, the summit considered the use of data analytics, artificial intelligence, intelligent transport systems, and smart planning to improve infrastructure delivery. We must also recognize that infrastructure development can contribute to employment and economic participation. Every major infrastructure project has the potential to support construction activity, skills development, local enterprise development, and opportunities for young people. Our approach should therefore seek to maximize the developmental impact of public investment. Honorable Speaker, the objective should be to ensure that infrastructure expenditure does not simply result in a physical asset, but also contributes to developing local skills and strengthening local economic participation. Young people should have opportunities to acquire practical experience and technical skills. Women and historically disadvantaged groups should also have meaningful opportunities to participate in economic activity arising from public investment. Honorable Speaker, the state must use its resources strategically to address historical inequalities and create opportunities for communities that have been excluded from economic activities. Infrastructure, therefore, has a role not only in improving service delivery, but also in advancing spatial and economic transformation. The report of the Portfolio Committee following the Infrastructure Summit makes it clear that the experience strengthened the committee's understanding of emerging infrastructure trends. The responsibility now is to ensure that these lessons contribute to improvements. Honorable Speaker, the 2026 Manifesto of the African National Congress provides an important political lesson for this work. Decisive action means that we cannot become comfortable with poor performance. It means that where systems are not working, we must intervene. Where capacity is inadequate, we must strengthen it. Where infrastructure is deteriorating, we must maintain it. Where projects are delayed, we must establish the reasons and ensure that corrective action is taken. Honorable Speaker, the task before us is very clear. We must accelerate infrastructure delivery, strengthen maintenance, improve project governance, embrace appropriate technology, enhance accountability, and ensure that the infrastructure investment contributes to economic transformation. Let us therefore take the lessons of the Infrastructure Summit and translate them into stronger oversight and better implementation. Let us ensure that the infrastructure program of government is measured not simply by the number of projects announced, but by the number of projects completed, maintained, and successfully improving the lives of communities. This is the meaning of decisive action, Honorable Speaker. It is the responsibility of a capable developmental state, and it is the responsibility we have accepted as representative of the people of Limpopo. I therefore thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pokane. We shall now move to Honorable Lebogo Matumi Jacobus.
Re a leboga, Honorable Deputy Speaker, re dumediše gape ntlo e kgethwa le o mosetlana, re le dutše le go potsetša ka mo le go polele badudi ba Polokwane ba le emetše. Honorable Speaker, we are meeting here today when we have over 10 years where the people of settlers and Rastafari are waiting to be given a road R516, where bridge panels were dumped there by the ANC-led government, and that road is risky, especially when it's raining, even at night, and it's not even safe for anyone, even during the day. Honorable Speaker, infrastructure gap in the country amounts to over 1 trillion, which needs a major funding for infrastructure projects. In particular, you'll note that Limpopo alone requires over 100 billion, which will be given to, in particular, Department of Education, which requires over 87 billion to deal with infrastructure and over 50 billion rands to deal with the roads in the province of Limpopo. But the biggest problem is not necessarily funding alone, it's lack of capacity to execute projects in Limpopo, as we have seen with Musina Makado SCZ and other strategic capital projects. This House must agree that there is a problem in this government in terms of capacity, but also funding and financing. Unless we are going to do something about it, it is going to be very difficult to continue claiming to serve the people of Limpopo. How many summits were attended or convened in this country, and people are still waiting for results? And people just do photo shoots like we always see. What happened to the resolutions and recommendations of such summits Are they being implemented? No. Once the summit adjourns, everything remains at the summit auditorium. Summits and endeavors have become the mechanism to do fiscal dumping, as they don't yield results because people don't have capacity to interpret resolutions of such summits. And our province requires summits which will deliver not just mere talk shops and fashion shows. Apart from big catalytic projects, how do we deal with secondary projects, especially in our municipalities around water, electricity distribution, and road networks, which is a serious problem in our communities? Majority of our municipalities, Honorable Speaker, are in ICU, and therefore not in a position to deliver any project. Hence, the backlog will remain as it is currently. Of most concern is the fact that there is generally no political will to effect change in terms of infrastructure landscape. The people of Limpopo are haunted by the persistent incompetence, poor leadership, and poor governance. The NCS normalized the culture of laziness and non-responsiveness to service delivery needs of our people. Honorable Speaker, of particular relevance, Limpopo, during the summit, there were discussions around Musina Makado SCZ, freight corridor developments and road and rail integration, cross-border logistics, as were strategically located. And very disappointing is that the CEO of Musina SCZ, despite being on the program, he did not attend the summit. I had to even call him personally that this is embarrassing because there are potential investors who can come on board and help the province. These issues, Honorable Speaker, directly align with the committee's oversight responsibilities and the province developmental priorities. But what we are doing, what is it that we are doing to ensure that capital projects are delivered as planned? Water is deeply human, and therefore the perception that summits are talk shops resonates well with our people. Honorable Speaker, we need to tell the plain, painful truth. The fact is that implementation lives and dies with municipalities. The national government can set priorities, allocate budgets, and pass regulations, but municipalities repair leaks, run treatment works, manage wastewater, build houses, and talk to communities. They are the front line of developmental administration. When they struggle, the public feels it immediately without delay. When they succeed, dignity is restored overnight. Honorable Speaker, we need a model of a summit which will showcase innovations like we have seen at Galaga. There are technologies which can help the province, innovations which can save billions to the people of Limpopo so that we can provide quality services in real time. We appeal to the leadership of government in Limpopo to host such a similar setup, differently being guided by the EFF so that there can be results after such a summit. If we fix municipalities, we'll have fixed half of Limpopo problems. The EFF reassures the people of Limpopo that the EFF municipalities shall deliver quality services, exempt social grant beneficiaries, poor families from paying services, and ensure that they get services 24/7. Re tlo ba re aroganya lefase re lokolla mmu mo mmasepaleng tša EFF go fa batho gore ba leme ba kgone go ba le madulo le tša kgwebo le go thekga balemi potlana le borakgwebo potlana gore mabu a lefase le a tabeng a le mo mmušong wa EFF a die bophelo bo bokaone. Re re tše ANC di diang re tlo le kgomo tša setšhaba sa Limpopo e ban ready go tliša matla mo EFF e le šomele le bone tše di botse tše be le di hlolosetše go sa ba le tlala le komelelo ya ditirelo. Re a leboga batho ba Limpopo, re tla sepela lena go ya di 4 tša November.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lebogo. We shall now call upon Honorable Helen Mare.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. All protocol observed. The South African Infrastructure Summit and Expo 2026 form part of the South African Infrastructure Expo and Transport Evolution Africa Expo, a premier infrastructure platform bringing together government leaders, policymakers, legislators, state-owned entities, financiers, engineers, planners, logistics specialists, inventors and private sector stakeholders involving in infrastructure development across the African continent. So it was everybody, which was very important. The summit serves as a strategic platform for engagement in infrastructure. It further provides opportunities for stakeholders to share best practices, discuss emerging trends, and explore innovative solutions to challenges affecting infrastructure delivery. And those of us who attend can attest to that. The Portfolio Committee attended the summit as part of its ongoing effort to strengthen oversight capacity, remain informed of the emerging developments within the infrastructure sector, and identify innovative approaches that may contribute towards improving infrastructure delivery within Limpopo province. The South African Infrastructure Summit and the Expo 2026 provided the Portfolio Committee valuable insights into current infrastructure priority, challenges, and opportunities shaping South Africa's development agenda within the wider African continent. Over the 3-day program, members engage with government leaders, infrastructure experts, we share business cards, we speak to industry stakeholders on issues relating to infrastructure delivery, financing, transport system, logistics, rail revitalization, which is really important for us in Limpopo, because the big mining trucks is destroying our infrastructure, technology and sustainable infrastructure development. The summit highlighted the importance of integrated planning, innovative financing, public-private partnership, intelligent transport systems, and effective project implementation and accelerating infrastructure delivery and then economic growth. The summit, in my opinion, achieved its intended objectives by strengthening the committee's understanding of emerging infrastructure trends and best practices. This summit provided an eye-opening opportunity for all of us, but it remains to be seen if this valuable summit and the valuable information and the experiences that we have will bring any change in our province in terms of improved infrastructure development. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marie. I shall now call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nechipepe Kapchere John, to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and pleading that I write on the protocol already established. As members of the provincial legislature, we have a responsibility to consider not only the immediate service delivery needs of our communities, but also the long-term economic position of our province and the opportunities that must be created for future generations. Our province is connected to important national and regional trade routes and has significant agricultural, mining, tourism, and industrial potential. We are also home to the Musina-Makhado Special Economic Zone, which has the potential to contribute to economic growth. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the South Africa Infrastructure Summit and Expo 2026, that we attended in Midrand, Gauteng, made us aware of these issues. The summit focused, among others, transport infrastructure, freight logistics, rail revitalization, and regional connectivity. Discussions highlighted the relationship between infrastructure, economic growth, trade, and industrial development. Those discussions were relevant to our province, Limpopo. Our province cannot fully realize its economic potential if the movement of goods remain inefficient, if freight corridors are under pressure, and if roads and rail infrastructure are not integrated effectively. Infrastructure must therefore be regarded as an economic asset that supports production, trade, investment, and employment. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC has identified 2026 as the year of decisive action to fix local government, transform the economy, create jobs, deepen social justice, and advance organizational renewal These priorities are relevant to the economic development agenda of our province. The Infrastructure Summit specifically considered the relationship between infrastructure and the special economic zones, which highlighted the importance of infrastructure readiness in attracting investment and supporting industrialization. The summit identified the Musina Makhado SEZ as significant given Limpopo's strategic location and its role in regional trade corridors. Honorable Deputy Speaker, rail infrastructure is another critical component of our economic strategy. The Infrastructure Summit emphasized the importance of road-rail integration and the need to revitalize rail infrastructure. Our roads carry significant freight volumes, and the heavy freight traffic places pressure on road infrastructure. An efficient rail system can provide an important complementary transport option for freight movement. Honorable Deputy Speaker, cross-border connectivity must be prioritized. Limpopo's position as a province bordering neighboring countries present both responsibilities and economic opportunities. Border infrastructure and freight management can support legitimate trade and contribute to regional economic integration. Infrastructure and logistics must also be considered in the context of employment. As the ANC 26 local government manifesto alluded, economic development must improve the material conditions of working class and poor communities. The success of an infrastructure program should therefore be measured not only by kilometers of roads contracted or infrastructure projects completed, but also by the economic opportunities created. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the legacy of apartheid includes deeply unequal patterns of ownership, wealth, and access to economic opportunities. The government has a responsibility to use its policies to contribute to the transformation of these patterns. The Infrastructure Summit also demonstrated the growing importance of technology in transport and infrastructure management. This discussion also included intelligent transport systems, smart mobility, data-driven planning, and digital transport management. We must also consider innovative financing. The Infrastructure Summit highlighted blended finance and public-private partnership as potential ways for accelerating infrastructure investment. Infrastructure requirements are extensive and public resources. Partnership with the private sector can assist government to mobilize these resources. Honorable Speaker, the Infrastructure Summit considered sustainable construction technologies, climate-resilient infrastructure, and water conservation. As we invest in infrastructure as the province, we must ensure that the assets we build can respond to future climate pressures. Sustainable infrastructure is not only an environmental concern, but it is an economic concern. Infrastructure that is more resilient can protect public investment and reduce future costs. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the main question before us is not whether Limpopo has economic potential, which it clearly does have. The question is whether we have the infrastructure, institutions, skills, and the coordination required to convert that potential into development. Our answers must be yes, and our work must demonstrate that commitment. We must support the development of infrastructure that strengthens the Musina Makhado SEZ. We must advocate for improved roads and rail integration. We must strengthen freight corridor and management. We must support cross-border connectivity. We must ensure that economic opportunities reach the communities of Limpopo. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Infrastructure Summit also concluded that integrated planning, innovative financing, public-private partnerships, intelligent transport systems, and effective project implementation are important to accelerating infrastructure delivery and economic growth. As members of the Limpopo Legislature, we must support initiatives that aim to advance development while ensuring that public institutions remain accountable for their performance. The people of Limpopo expect infrastructure that works. They expect roads that facilitate economic activity. They expect transport systems that connect communities. They expect economic opportunities. They expect government to use public resource responsibly. The material condition, they can connect communities to markets, facilitate investment, support industrialization, and create opportunities for employment. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as we move forward in this year of decisive action, let us ensure that Limpopo takes the rightful place in the South African and the regional economy. Let us build infrastructure that supports development, strengthen institutions that can deliver, promote logistics systems that also facilitate trade and create opportunities. The future economic position of Limpopo will depend on the decisions we make today. We therefore have a responsibility to act with discipline and determination. As representatives of the people, we must remain committed to a capable developmental state, inclusive economic transformation, accountable governance, and a better quality of life for all. As I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I submit this a report for consideration and adoption by this House. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nechipepe. We shall now call upon the MEC Mawayu to come and respond on behalf of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me stand on the protocol established to save your time. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise here to respond to the consideration and adoption of the Department of Public Works and Roads and Infrastructure and its entities' second and third report, and to acknowledge the report of the Portfolio Committee on the Infrastructure Summit. Of course, on behalf of MEC Rachweni, we welcome the oversight and scrutiny of this Honorable House, because accountability remains central to the work that we should be doing. We have taken note of all the observations, including and not limited to your observation of the recurring underspending of those 2 quarters, and believing that the subsequent quarters may somehow dent it, but we honestly take note of that, and I will convey the message. Is also helping me on my actual capacity to look at it that way. With regard to the reference, of course, of the insourcing that one honorable member indicated, it be taken note that there is currently an insourcing bill, a private bill, introduced by the EFF at Parliament, which is being considered by the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. If it comes above, we will be able to utilize the law in respect of that. and we believe we're not mutually divergent about it, but it is something that may not necessarily be confined to public works, but generally to all services that are being earmarked for that. Let me acknowledge that there's just a lot, I've taken a lot of notes, and most of the inputs of the committee, especially the lessons learned from the summit, which we believe it will be shared with the department, because while it enhances your oversight capability, it will also assist us as government to take cue and lesson from you in your capacity as the honorable house to which we account. Let me summarize to say everything has been taken note of, and you'll see some improvements come the year-end report, of course, of both the department and the entity, and all those matters I'll definitely convey, and they shall be done. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Mawai. Honorable members, we shall now call upon the committee chairperson of oversight mechanism, Womidiaba Tutobere Chivase, to come and do the consideration and adoption of the reports for Limpopo Legislature.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, all protocol observed. I, I rise to move for the consideration and adoption of the following reports of the oversight mechanism. 2025-2026 second quarter report, Limpopo Legislature.
Thank you very much, Chair. Seconder, Honorable Nkonyan.
Thanks very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise to second the move by the Honorable Chair, Honorable Chivas. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkanyane from the Wipari. Over to you, Chair.
I move for the adoption of 2025-2026 third quarter report, Limpopo Legislature.
Thank you very much, Chair. I shall now call upon the seconder, Honorable Mukwili.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise to second the report as presented by the Chair of the committee, Honorable Chiwas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukwili. I shall now call upon Honorable Metle Ramotlola Dikeledi to come and open the debate on Limpopo Legislature.
Thanks very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Dr. Speaker, Honorable Makurupeji, Honorable MEC is present here, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Leader of Governance Business, Honorable Chairpersons of the Portfolio Committees, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Leader of Official Opposition, Honorable Portfolio Committee Chairpersons, Honorable Members of the House, distinguished guests in the gallery, the people of Limpopo. Honorable Deputy Speaker, today we debate the second and the third quarter performance reports of the Oversight Committee mechanism for 2025-2026 financial year. But these reports are more than numbers, targets, and tables. They are a reflection of how effectively this institution is fulfilling its responsibility to the people of Limpopo. They tell us where we have succeeded, where we have fallen short, and where we must do better. We debate this report during a particularly significant month of our country as we commemorate 70 years since the historic Women's March of 1956. And in 1956, thousands of courageous women marched to the union buildings because they refused injustice as their destiny. They stood up, they organized, they sacrificed. Today we stand on the shoulders of the courage. Madam Speaker, the best way to honor the women of 1956 is not merely to remember them, but to continue the work they started. We must ask ourselves, are we building a society in which women are safe, equal, or empowered? Are we building institutions that are accountable and responsive? And are we using our oversight responsibility to improve the lives of our people? And these questions must guide our work. Madam Speaker, the struggle for women's emancipation did not end in 1956. It continues today. It continues in communities where women carry burden of poverty and unemployment. It continues where women struggle to access opportunities and basic services. And it continues most painfully where women and children live under the threat of gender-based violence. And gender-based violence remains a serious reality in our communities. We therefore call upon law enforcement agencies to deal decisively with the perpetrators. The Freedom Charter speaks of a South Africa where people shall live in peace and security. That vision can never be realized while women and children still continue to live under fear. We must therefore do more than condemn gender-based violence, but we must act. We need stronger law enforcement, stronger support system for survivors and communities that refuse to remain silent. The surviving member of the organizers of 1956 Women March, May Sophia de Bruyn, represent a living connection between the struggles of yesterday and responsibilities of today. We honor her legacy by building a violent, free, and equal society for which she and thousands of other women fought. The struggle for total emancipation continues. Madam Speaker, as required by Section 54A(1) and 2 of Financial Management and Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2009, the 2025-2026 second quarter report was referred to the Oversight Committee for consideration. Honorable Deputy Speaker, under the Protocol in an International Relations Subcommittee, the institution did not achieve its target, as was. The case was also the case in the first quarter. We also urge the legislature to continue engaging with the Department of International Affairs, Relations and Cooperation to secure approvals for international engagement and study tours. And these engagements are not simply about traveling. They provide opportunities for members to exchange experience, learn from international counterparts, and bring best practices back to Limpopo. And under political parties, Deputy Speaker, under political parties and member support sub-program, the committee is satisfied that accountability is being witnessed as all parties represented continue to submit their audited financial statement. We also welcome the appropriate allocation of the constituency fund in accordance with the rules. We call upon the Speakers Forum to expedite the development of appropriate regulations that will allow opposition parties to administer their budget effectively to avoid confusion within the financial department. Deputy Speaker, the committee is pleased that all 4 targets under legal and advisory services were achieved, where we welcome the restructuring of legal sections into 2 teams, one focusing on committee support and the other one on litigation, as which should improve efficiency. However, we urge the institution to expedite the long-standing litigation, including matters involving the 2 former employees of the legislature, And these matters have dragged so far too long and may have implications for the institution pursuit of a clean audit. And under security and risk, all targets were met and were achieved, which we welcome as the committee. However, achievements on paper must also translate in safety in practice. We remain concerned about the doors that do not close properly, some scanners that are not working, escalators that are sometimes not operational, and security cameras that are not functioning properly. We hope these matters will be resolved by the end of this financial quarter. And the committee also welcomes the progress in the construction of the additional houses for members at the parliamentary village and improvement to security access points. They continue to work towards compliance with critical infrastructure and national key point standards, though the Department of Public Works through the infrastructure and is also appreciated. Madam Speaker, we further welcome the commencement of the vetting process for legislature employees, although the vetting process is done by the state security agencies management, but management must continue following up with the institution to ensure that it is finalized and as a matter of agency. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee appreciates the achievement of all targets under parliamentary services, and this demonstrates that when we work with focus and commitment, we can deliver. However, we are concerned that SCOPA and House resolutions continue to accumulate because of low-rate responses from the provincial department. We therefore urge the programming committee to allocate more time for executive department to respond to House resolutions. Oversight cannot end when a resolution is adopted. A resolution is a commitment to the people. When this House asks questions, our communities deserve answers. When this House adopts resolution, our communities deserve an action. This is how we strengthen democracy and we restore public confidence. Honorable Deputy Speaker, strategic and knowledge management services is, in our view, the heartbeat of excellence in this institution. And good lawmaking requires research. Meaningful public participation requires that members understand the challenges facing the communities. We therefore appeal for greater attention to this area and stronger implementation. A well-informed legislature is a stronger legislature. And a stronger legislature means stronger voice to the people of Limpopo. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that continuously follow up with the Department of Public Works and Roads Infrastructure for security and maintenance work at the legislature may be done, that we must regularly engage with the South African police services to regularly improve on the collaboration of security services, that we must allocate more time for executive department to respond to SCOPA and House resolutions, that we must provide progress report on skills transfer from consultants, providing consultancy services into the institution. We must also follow up with the state security agency regarding progress on vetting progress on the legislature staff. Madam Speaker, as we conclude, let us remember that the ultimate measure of our work is to note the number of the meeting that we are attending. It is whether the people of Limpopo feel difference, whether the women feel safe, whether the young person finds an opportunity, whether communities receive services they have promised, whether government listen when they speak. That is the true meaning of public service. And the women of 1956 marched because they believed that tomorrow could be better than yesterday. Today, we have a different responsibility. We are no longer marching to demand a democratic parliament. We are sitting inside one. We are no longer demanding that our voice be heard. We have been given the privilege to speak, and we are no longer demanding accountability. We have been entrusted with the responsibility to enforce it. The question is whether we will use that responsibility effectively. Let us honor our women of 1956 by strengthening our oversight. Let us honor them by making that our institutions are accountable. Let us honor them by fighting gender-based violence. Let us honor them by making sure that we create opportunity for women and young people, and let us honor them by ensuring that the democracy they helped building delivers a better for every person in Limpopo. And the people of Limpopo are watching us, they are listening to us, they are counting on us. Let us therefore leave this house committed to doing more, doing better and doing it together, because when oversight is strong, democracy is strong. When institutions are accountable, communities are empowered. When we work together, the people of Limpopo can move forward with hope and confidence. I therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, move that the 2025-2026 second quarter and third quarter report of the oversight mechanism be adopted as the report of this House. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mete Ramotsola. We shall now move on to Honorable Molapo Walter Samuel. Maolo, let her replace Molapo. Chief Whip, can you confirm?
And confirm that they've spoken to us, they've submitted the letter accordingly.
Thank you very much. You may continue.
Ke go leboge motlatša mospikara ke tamiše maloko ka moka honorable members ke thoma ka the leader of opposition Commissar Mapoulo, the incoming executive mayor of this city of Polokwane, ke tamiša gape le baeng ko gallery. E le nnete ka baka la gore badudi ba Limpopo ba bona gore ka morago ga mengwaga e 30 ba tshepile lekgotla le le bušang la African National Congress. A gona le mohola o e le gore le a ba tšwela. Gape re le mo kgweding ya bomme ba Limpopo ka mo provinceng ge re ntse re ra celebrate ka mokgo ba ka kua dinokeng a ba na le metsi ba baka metsi le dikgomo ka kua dinokeng. Bjale ba lebeletše ba bona ba tseba gore ga bjale after mengwaga e 30 ke nako ya gore ba fe economic freedom fighters monyetla wa gore e tle e be yona e ba deliverelang di-services. Now, Honorable Speaker, we are perturbed when we last met here, there were serious allegations that were made against the suspended Secretary, Dr. Make. We are then surprised as the EFF to hear that you, Speaker, have obtained the services of lawyers while the Oversight Committee is still deliberating on the way forward, both on the forensic report and on the allegations leveled against you and Dr. Make. You cannot be a referee and a player at the same time. You should have left those responsibilities to the committee. If that is the case, as we believe it is, what do you want us as the committee to do? To endorse the decision proposed by the law firm or to agree with the outcome of the law firm? On the whole, you are showing us the less appreciation you have on the role of the Oversight Committee must play on these matters. You cannot be fleeting with legal challenges against your own processes. As the EFF, we are perturbed that the legislature continues to be in the media for all the wrong reasons. In fact, there is no department in the province which is on the spotlight currently than the legislature. The challenge with what is coming out now is that it has evidence or information that can be relied upon than what you can tell us. Honorable Speaker, the legislature, in terms of its mandate, it should operate under Chapter 6 of the South African Constitution, sections 114 to 118. Its core constitutional mandate is to build upon three primary pillars: the lawmaking, the oversight of the provincial executive, and promoting public participation. But as it stands, this institution is under so much public scrutiny for its internal shenanigans that it is unable to fulfill its constitutional mandate. Had the Speaker listened when we cautioned her against appointing that scam of a former secretary, which will not be, this will not be happening. Now the people of Limpopo are suffering the consequences of deliberate and your successful wrong decisions. The guy is even threatening you that if he gets fired or dismissed or even imprisoned, even imprisonment, he will spill the beans by implicating everyone in this legislature and even cabinet members.
Chief Whip.
No, I think we wanted to put it across, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that Honorable Molapo must state correctly. I heard him talking about the scammer. Perhaps we need to get more details because it's unparliamentary. When a person, the matter is still sub judice, already you had a verdict to that particular person. That's the order that I wanted to call, Chair, that you must withdraw those unparliamentary words.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Makgolo, I will not say Malapo because you are Makgolo. Honorable Makgolo, can we withdraw the word scammer so that we continue?
Yeah, in fact, Honorable Speaker, it is, I said it is the alleged. It is not, I'm not qualifying it, Honorable Monama, that is what.
Order.
Yeah.
Order. No, Deputy Speaker. People should not try to be funny with English here. Even if you allege, in the context of your allegations, you don't need to degrade or label a particular person. Now, what is doing, come on, Councillor, what is doing? Yeah? You cannot be saying those things. It's very, as Honorable Mnama indicated, that's very unparliamentary. And now you should not be funny with English. So it's simple. With that scammer of yours, what is that? When the process is still on, who did he, what can he define? If he's not going to withdraw, can he take a question and define what is a scammer? And will then put the balance of scale to check what is happening. It suits his definition. So he must withdraw and stop wasting our time.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makgolo, I also heard you, Akinakudia, the same exercise. I know Mapolo did that exercise of saying, hey, security, not today, Honorable Makgolo. Can you withdraw so that we go, we continue with the sitting, please? Withdraw, because you said a scammer.
Yeah, the contextual meaning of what I said was exactly within the allegations as they prevail and as in the public domain. But, Honorable Speaker, we can, in the interest of time, withdraw that.
Thank you. Continue.
Before the organizational structure you speaker signed, you should have ensured that is preceded by job evaluation. Now the legislature is bloated and you want to do job evaluations. To what end? They appoint relatives, girlfriends, and boyfriends, including, today we have Jonas's creating a bloated salary bill. Now they say they want to do job evaluation when the damage is already done. More than 80% of the staff employed during the tenure of the suspended secretary are not qualified for the job they are currently occupying. No relevant qualifications and experience. Ba bangwe ba no topiwa madishong ba re ko rieng parlamenteng. Ba bangwe ba topilwe meropa ba bapala metšhini ba re a rieng parlamenteng mešomong. Honorable Speaker, you will be shocked to learn that some people hired in this institution do not even have matric on positions that requires more than a basic matric. Some of these appointments, Honorable Speaker, you are inviting the hawks to have these people arrested, and those who facilitated the appointments, prospective Khosimam Buru, bound, prison bound. Some of the workers who have been elevated to strategic positions in senior management do not have the slightest idea of what they are doing there. They elevated because of being loyal through factional battles and also because they are members of the African National Congress. They have nothing tangible to offer. They are useless. Honorable Speaker, we remain surprised. The changing of officials in acting capacity is something which all of us worry about. The position of an accounting officer does not require rotations. Some day you appoint the CFO, the other day you appoint HR executive who stays in the legislature, who stay in the legislature has elapsed as she had reached her retirement age. Who is going to be held accountable, Honorable Speaker? Many hands spoil the broth. Not everyone should be an accounting officer. This approach is not helping the situation, especially in an organization as troubled and frail like the Limpopo Legislature. Now, as long as you continue to use this approach, this institution will never have organizational stability, and we are heading straight to qualification by the Auditor General. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makolo. We shall now call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Bothobele bo media batho Chivase.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Leader of Government Businesses, MEC who are present here, Deputy Chairperson, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chief Whip, Leader of the Official Opposition, Member of the Legislature, distinguished guests in the gallery, most importantly, the people of Limpopo. Once upon a time, a comrade called Mapu, my friend, when he was still a comrade of the ANC. He was a mayor of Polokwane, and he has dismally failed to deliver. I don't know, he was my friend, I knew. We were together. That is true. Deputy Speaker, 2026 is a year of profound constitutional significance. It marks democratic constitution a defining instrument of transition from oppression to democracy, from exclusion to citizenship, and from arbitrary power to constitutional government. 30 years later, the question before us is not simply whether we have a constitution. The question is whether we are giving practical meaning to it, whether its promise of dignity is visible in the lives of our people, whether its commitment to accountability is reflected in the conduct of public institutions, whether its principles of good governance are evidenced in how we manage public resources, and whether the institution created by the Constitution are sufficiently courageous, disciplined, and effective to hold power accountable. The Limpopo Legislature, then the Northern Province Legislature, was part of the historic constitutional journey through our representatives in the National Council of Province and broader constitutional process. One of them is myself. Yeah, that is true. That the historic places a particular responsibility upon us. We are not custodian of an ordinary institution. We are a custodian of constitutional institution, an institution whose legitimacy derives from the people, an institution whose authority is derived from the Constitution, and an institution whose ultimate responsibility is to ensure that government power is exercised in the public interest. Section 114, subsection 2 of the Constitution gives this legislature a clear mandate to scrutinize and oversee the exercise of executive authority and the implementation of the legislation. Therefore, oversight is not an administrative exercise. Oversight is constitutional work. It is the mechanism through which the promises of democracy are transferred into accountability. It is the bridge between public resource and public benefit. It is the instrument through which this House asks government, what did you promise? What did you do? What did you cost? Who benefited and where delivery has fallen short? What are you going to do about it? It is within this constitutional context that the Committee on Oversight Mechanism considered the 2025-2026 second and third quarter reports referred to it by the Speaker. Our consideration was not merely about numbers, it was about performance, institutional credibility, and public trust. During the period under review, the legislature committed itself to 127 performance targets. Of these, 101 were achieved, while 26 remain outstanding. This represents an achievement rate of approximately 80%, a noteworthy milestone that reflects the committee's sustained commitment and collective efforts. The committee duly acknowledges this progress and the dedication that has been made it possible. However, as Benjamin Disraeli wisely observed, I quote, "There is no wisdom like frankness," close quote. In that spirit, we must also be candid in our own assessment. While an 80% achievement rate is a significant accomplishment, it is not a
culmination of our journey. Rather, it is an important milestone that underscores both the progress we have made and the responsibility that remains. Our focus must now shift towards the closing the remaining gap with the same determination, discipline, and sense of purpose that has brought us this far. 80% is a measure of progress, not the measure of success. Our ultimate objective remains the full and effective achievement of our mandate. The remaining 26 targets represent 26 outstanding commitments, and every outstanding commitment represents an area where the institution has not yet fully delivered on what it promised to itself and ultimately to the people. We therefore expect the fourth quarter to be a period of decisive consolidation, not a period of explanation, not a period of shifting deadlines, but a period of delivery, close, and accountability. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the first quarter should answer a simple question. Did we finish what we said we would finish? The governance and leadership program had 16 performance targets. 10 were achieved, 2 were not applicable, and 4 were not achieved. The committee remains concerned about the continued non-filling of funded and critical positions. Let us be clear: an approved position without an appropriate appointment official is institutional capacity left unused. It affects productivity, it affects accountability, it affects institutional memory, and ultimately it affects the ability of the legislature to discharge its constitutional mandate. We therefore call for accelerated attention to the filling of critical funded positions. A legislature that exercises oversight of the government must itself demonstrate the highest standards of organizational discipline. Honorable Speaker, the governance is not measured only by how many targets we achieve. It is also measured by whether we have created systems capable of ensuring that the same weaknesses do not recur. Good governance must become institutional culture, not occasional performance. The administration program had 89 performance targets. Of these, 62 were achieved, 16 were not achieved, and 11 were not applicable. This translates to an achievement rate of approximately 84%. The committee welcomes the progress while calling for stronger performance. The committee has received information that disciplinary matters remain in progress. Disciplinary processes must be conducted with fairness, procedural integrity, and due regard to applicable time frames. However, unreasonable disciplinary matters cannot be allowed to drift indefinitely. The committee therefore expects a clear progress report setting out the status of each outstanding matter, the reasons for delays, and the anticipated days of finalization. Regarding the legal capacity, the committee also continues to await progress regarding the restructuring of the legal unit into specialized areas of focus. This is important. The legal function of a legislature is not merely reactive. It must anticipate risk, it must strengthen compliance, it must protect institutional integrity, and it must ensure that decisions are legally sound. A modern legislature requires a modern legal capacity. Honorable Speaker, the committee is particularly concerned about continued reliance on external consultation in reviewing annual financial statement. External support can have a legitimate role, but institutional dependence is another matter. The strategic objective must be to build an internal capacity that is sustainable, professional, and resilient. We therefore reiterate the call for the strengthening of the internal audit unit through the appointment and retention of suitable qualified professionals. A strong internal audit function is one of the legislature first lines of defense against financial and government failures. Building internal capacity will also reduce long-term reliance of external resources and strengthen institutional self-reliance. Honorable Speaker, the Parliamentary Service Program provides us with an important demonstration of what effects institutional performance can look like. The program had 26 performance targets, 18 were achieved, 7 were not applicable, and only 1 was not achieved. The committee therefore records its appreciation for this performance. Among achievements were 66 out of 66 committee reports tabled in the House within the required framework. All 6 planned public hearings conducted. All petitions received referred to the relevant departments. 9 out of 9 interpretation of services delivered in 5 official languages. 9 out of 9 minutes transferred.
In conclusion, whatever, Honorable Mapole, make noise.
In conclusion, hey. Yeah. Yeah. I'm concluding. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, 30 years after adoption of our democratic constitution, our responsibility is not to admire the constitutional architecture from a distance. Our responsibility is to make it work. The constitution gave this legislature powers, but with more powers, we can make responsibility. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm just pleading with members of the committee to adopt the report of the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Portfolio Committee Chair, Vo Tovere, Vo Media Batu, Kennedy, Prince Chivase. We shall now call upon the Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makurupete Grace, to come and respond on the debate. Speaker.
They think I ran away. I'm here. I'll not run away, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Premier Dr. Popira Matuba in absentia, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Andrew Mukoni, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Asani Pitangoveni, the Chief Whip, Isom Mokonyan in absentia, we wish him well. Deputy Chief Whip Ntate Manama, Ranye, Chair of the Oversight Mechanism, Honorable Bo Tobele, Mediavatu Prince Kennedy Chivase, and the all committee members of the Oversight Mechanism. The leader of the opposition, Tate Mapolo, incoming mayor. I don't know whether it's incoming or aspirant or outgoing, I don't know. All protocol observed. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to thank the chair of the oversight mechanism for the reports tabled before this August House. Oversight mechanism continues to mirror legislature's conduct of business and timelessly shed light in respect of the trajectory that we assume from time to time. It has, over the period of the mandate of the seventh administration of the legislature to date, served as an enabler and a bedrock for monitoring, scrutinizing, and evaluating our actions, policies, and budget to ensure accountability and transparency. As we assume our responsibility 2 years ago, we vowed to build Limpopo Legislature as a capable institution and one which is indeed a representative legislative aspiring to unite and improve the lives of people in the Limpopo as a whole. The work of the legislature can only fit the vision, where all of us play our role within the confines of our legislative environment. We have come to embrace the Oversight Mechanism Committee as a legislative mechanism that contributes directly and indirectly towards helping us achieve our mandate. And indeed, Chair, we fully agree with you that we are not just an administrative tool, but we are a committee that does its work in line with Financial Management Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2009, Act number 10 of 2009. Chair, I was very disappointed, Deputy Speaker, because Honorable Magul, firstly, is not part of the committee. And you can hear what he says. He's not aware of what the work of the legislature is and our interaction with the committee. That is why he continued to want to see the meddling of wrong information in the public. We are pleading with members of the legislature. This legislature is doing the work. It's your own mirror. The more you meddle, you peddle lies and say wrong things that don't exist, you're not exposing anyone, but you're exposing yourselves. Because the work of the legislature is outlined in FAMPLA. The role of oversight mechanism is chapter 2 of the oversight mechanism. The same as part 2 of it outlines the role of the executing authority, and part 3 of the act outlines the role of the accounting officer. The accounting office, the Secretary of Parliament and Legislature is the accounting officer. The accounting officer is accountable to the executive authority for the financial management of Parliament and Legislature. What it means is the Speaker is the executing authority and the accounting officer is accountable to the executing authority. That's the act. And where I'm sitting, the legislature is, the Speaker of Limpopo Legislature is not under investigation for anything. So there must not be any misleading of the public that there's any wrongdoing done by the Speaker. The Speaker has not done anything wrong. This legislature is running as the manner it's supposed to run. And the work of the legislature is undergoing. That's why I thank Honorable Chair of the committee and Honorable Med, as they were focusing on the good work that this legislature is doing. As we assumed our responsibility, Deputy Speaker, this August I was convinced, while we were in the middle of preparing 2026 Provincial Women's Parliament in Toyando on the 27th August 2026, it confused fewer days towards the hosting of taking legislature to the people, because we vowed ourselves to say, legislature, it's your voice, use it. Scheduled to take place on the 31st of August 2026 from to the 3rd of September, where it's going to be held in Blowback Municipality. We'll all go there, interface with our people as this legislature. Let me take this opportunity to highlight some of the interventions we have put in place towards addressing some of the recommendations arising from the report tabled by the oversight mechanism before this August House. Our task to provide security and maintenance of the legislature and parliamentary village clubhouse remains a priority. The existing mechanisms available before us through the Internal Arrangements Committee has been working quite effectively. This effort is also sustained by separate engagements between the Office of the Speaker and the Executive Authority of the Department of Public Works, which is the MEC of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Honorable MEC Tony Rachwin. The emphasis made by the chairperson of the oversight mechanism regarding the collaboration with SAPS cannot be overemphasized. We have, over the period, sustained our working relations with SAPS on the provision of security within the legislature. As a result of this collaboration, a private security company that is here to strengthen the work of the SAPS, because you must know that SAPS will never enter and make sure that our offices are properly secured. There are parameters where SAPS operate from. But we take note of the debate, as the Deputy Speaker has indicated, that if there are anomalies that happens, we plead with members to give us the information, we'll investigate, and indeed there is any wrongdoing done by this company, we will be able to terminate them. We can't keep people that are not paying their own workers. X-ray detecting machines were procured as part of the broader security upgrade within the legislature and deployed entrances in the legislature building. Work of the separate access road of the legislature, it's in line with the National Key Points regulations, it's underway. And finally, the required parameters fence shall be erected. In addition, the above further security upgrades and Lewa Home Legislature are anticipated, as was reported recently in the Internal Arrangements Committee meeting. This work is done in partnership with the Department of Public Works and SAPS. Deputy Speaker, let me take this opportunity to give the status on the completion of 15 houses of members in the legislature. It is worth noting that contractor has commenced with a selected field layer, and the fact that bulk water, stormwater, and sewer pipes installation are also underway. Demolition of old pump house complete. Progress behind schedule due to a lot of hard rock encountered. However, they are confident they will still complete on time. We are aware that the legislature is required to create space in the legislative program for the departments to present SCOPA resolutions, and the fact that the resolutions are dealt with in compliance with Rule 206 of the House Rules, as the resolutions are piling up because of the low response rate by the departments. We are pleading with departments, as and when we present to our portfolio committees, present the SCOPA resolutions as well, so that as and when they debate in this house, you have presented to the portfolio committee as well, so that you don't wait until you come back here and we're able to update SCOPA on how far we are. We're pleading with portfolio committees. Part of our standing item that we want you to put it there, it's SCOPA resolutions by department, so that as and when they debate here, they can be able to report back as those portfolio committees as well. We are to the view that the appointment of consultant or inception to put an obligation on the service providers appointed by the legislature to transfer skills to staff, particularly the priority area, including the review of our annual financial statements and validation compliance of various policies within the required legal framework. This requirement shall be an inherent requirement of all bids issued by the legislature going forward, and mechanisms shall be put in place to ensure accountability on the part of the service providers. The State Security Agency has already done interviews with subject, it means officials, and reference in respect of each subject. They are currently in the last stage of vetting process with polygraphy test to be conducted before clearance certificates are issued. The Office of the Secretary to the Legislature continues to engage with State Security Agency regarding the exercise, and we hope it will be brought to finality soon. The legislature has recently seconded 2 staff dealing with issues of legal, but we take note of the concerns raised by the committee. We will be able to implement accordingly. Let me indicate that the overarching lesson for the past 2 years is that no single sector of society can resolve South Africa's economic challenges in isolation. In his address during the adoption of the new constitution in Cape Town on the 8th of May 1996, our former president, the first democratic president, President Nelson Mandela, he said, I quote, "And thus we strike out along a new road in which the preoccupation of the elected representatives at all levels of government will but will how to cooperate, will be how to cooperate in the service of the people rather than competing for power, which otherwise belongs not to us, but to the people, close quote. We are gratefully at the work of the Oversight Mechanism Committee, chaired by Bomi Diabatu and the entire committee, and the broader representative in this August House for providing continuous oversight work to the legislature. In other words, President Nelson Mandela, as stated above, we have the assurance that together with all of you, legislature shall remain a voice of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Dr. Makurupecha. Honorable members, we are going to the snap debate on the Women Month. We are now going to call upon Honorable Delima Chomani to open the debate. You must clap hands until she arrives here. It's Women Month, Honorable Mapolo. Clap hands for the women. Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity, and let me greet you. Deputy Speaker, as women were coming to the fore to debate, Honorable Maringa was saying, as you are Augustine, now let me take this opportunity also to, yes, Augustine, because it's August. That is Honorable Maringa. Let me take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, and ride on the protocol that has already been established. But, Deputy Speaker, I want to forward my special greetings to our women in leadership in Limpopo. To you, Deputy Speaker, to our Speaker, Honorable Makoma, to MEC for Education, MEC for Agriculture, MEC for Transport, and MEC for Health. And also to the women in Wipari, all the women chairpersons of portfolio committees, the women in this August House, and all women who are in this August House again, and honorable women. The women of Limpopo, Kirimalibongwe. Deputy Speaker, August is not merely another month on our calendar. It is a month that carries the history, courage, and determination of South African women who stood up against injustice and declared that they will not accept a system that sought to deny them their dignity, freedom, and rights. On the 9th of August 1956, thousands of women from across our country marched to the Union Building in Pretoria to oppose the extension of past laws to African women. They carried a powerful message, I quote, "Wathint abafazi, wathint ibokodo," close quote. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. Those women understood something that remains true today. The emancipation of women is not a favor, that society grants to women. It is a fundamental requirement for a just, equal, and democratic society. Honourable Speaker, as we celebrate Women's Month in 2026, we must ask ourselves a difficult but necessary question. How far have we traveled since 1956, and how much further must we still go? We have made significant progress. South African women today occupy positions of leadership in government, businesses, academia, civil society, and communities. Women are represented in our legislatures and institutes of state. More girls are accessing education. More women are participating in the economy. And our laws recognize the equality and dignity of women. But, Honourable Speaker, political and legal equality alone is not enough. A woman cannot be considered emancipated when she is afraid to walk home because of gender-based violence. A woman cannot be considered economically free when she has no access to land, capital, markets, or decent employment. A young woman cannot be told she is equal when poverty, unemployment, and unequal access to opportunities continue to determine the course of her life. And we cannot celebrate women's empowerment while women continue to carry the disproportionate burden of unpaid care work in our households and communities. Honourable Speaker, the struggle for women emancipation must therefore be understood as an economic struggle, a social struggle, and a struggle for dignity. We must create an environment where women are not merely beneficiaries of development, but owners, producers, entrepreneurs, professionals, and decision makers. This means expanding access to economic opportunities for women-owned businesses. It means ensuring that women, particularly young women, have access to skills, technology, finance, and markets. It means supporting women in agriculture and ensuring that women have meaningful access to land and productive resources. It means strengthening cooperatives and creating pathways for women-owned enterprises to participate in government procurement and the broader economy. And it means ensuring that women in rural areas are not left behind. Honourable Speaker, as Limpopo, we have a particular responsibility, MEC Nakedi Kekane Sebande and MEC Matibe. Our province has enormous potential in agriculture, tourism, mining, manufacturing, and the creative economy. We must ensure that women are positioned at the center of these opportunities. The question should not simply be how many women are participating. The question must be how much ownership do women have? How much value are they creating? How much wealth are they accumulating? And how much decision-making power do they exercise? We must move beyond celebrating women as recipients of programs and deliberately build women as economic players and owners of productive assets. Honourable Speaker, we must also confront gender-based violence with the agency that it deserves, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Every woman and a girl has the right to live without fear. We cannot normalize violence against women. We cannot allow perpetrators to hide behind silence, family relationships, or social status. Communities must become part of the solution, and institutions must respond decisively to victims and survivors. But prevention must start much earlier, Deputy Speaker. You know why am I referring this to you as the Secretary for the African National Congress Women's League? We must teach young boys that masculinity does not mean donation, violence, or control. We must teach young men that respect for women is not optional, and we must raise a generation that understands that a woman's freedom does not threaten a man's dignity. Deputy Speaker, Women's Month must also remind us of the women who are often invisible in our economy. Domestic workers, farm workers, informal traders, caregivers, women working in households, and women running small businesses from their homes. These women contribute enormously to our economy and to the survival of our communities. Their labor must be recognized, their dignity must be protected, their economic contribution must be supported, and their voices must be heard when policies are formulated, Deputy Speaker. As we reflect on the women of 1956, we must remember that they did not march because their circumstances were easy. They marched because they understood that silence would preserve injustice. Today, our responsibility is different, but our duty is the same. We must be prepared to challenge inequality whenever we find it. We must challenge poverty. We must challenge economic exclusion. We must challenge gender-based violence. We must challenge discrimination in workplaces. We must challenge practices that keep women dependent and without economic power. And we must challenge ourselves as leaders to ensure that our policies translate into real improvement in the lives of women. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the women of 1956 left us with a powerful legacy. They demonstrated that ordinary women, when organized around a common purpose, can change the course of history. Our task today is to ensure that their struggle was not in vain. Let us build a Limpopo where a girl from a rural village can dream without limitation, where a young woman can acquire skill and find meaningful employment, where a woman entrepreneur can access finance and markets, where women farmers can own land and participate meaningfully in agricultural economy, MEC agriculture, where women can work freely without fear, where mothers do not have to choose between earning an income and caring for their families, and where women are not merely invited to the table, but have the power to shape the decision made at that table, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, what in Tabafazi, what in Timbogot? The women of 1956 struck a rock because they knew their collective strength. Our responsibility is to ensure that the rock they strike continue to move the country forward. Let us honor the women of the past not only with speeches and commemoration, but through actions, opportunities, economic empowerment, and justice. Let us build a society in which every woman can live with dignity, participate equally, and realize her full potential. Amandla, Malibongwe, long live the women of Limpopo, long live. Thank you very much.
Raleboga, thank you so much, Honorable Delima Jomani, for that comprehensive debate. We shall now allow Honorable Mayor Johanna Mapula Ledwaba. Honorable Meli Dwaba, you have got 7 minutes, ma'am.
Sharp. Tobela Speaker, Ke dumedisa le my incoming mayor of Polokwane, wa rata o rata. Ka tsheko ne ke kopa banna ka moka hore le tlhompheng basadi ke beke ya rona ya mafello ya August. Banna tlhomphang basadi le rena re be le seriti. Honorable Speaker, every year in August, our country marks Women's Month, where we pay tribute to the more than 20,000 women who marched to the Union Building on 9th August 1956 in protest against the extension of past laws to women. Sorry. Ke le buisa ka le tlhomphe basadi wa tswana. Basadi ba go tshwana le bo mme Winnie Madikizela-Mandela, Sophie de Bruyn, Helen Joseph, Lillian Ngoyi, Rahima Musa le ba bangwe ba ile ba swara thipa ka bohaleng go kgontshiša gore setšhaba sa rena
Order, honorable members. Over to you, ma'am. You can proceed.
o ka re ke tlo te karabela pleke a ke protected. We enjoy all these freedoms we have today because of their contribution to the struggle for the freedom of South Africa. Sadly, today, there is nothing to celebrate because women in this country are still marginalized and refused, meaning participation and contribution in all sectors of the economy. Honorable Speaker, it is ironic that these women who fought and attained freedom on our behalf are not enjoying the fruits of democracy themselves. It is men who occupy senior positions in government and in the private sector while there is no political will and determination to change the situation. The truth is that there is no radical and cogent policy shift to address these challenges women face on a daily basis. Women do not enjoy the same constitutional rights as men when they too were in the forefront of the struggle towards achieving democracy in South Africa. Government set targets for women to be appointed in senior strategic positions, but it is all on paper. The number of women in this position are just a handful, while there is no hope equality will ever be achieved. In Limpopo, women who want to open cases about rape and all sorts of gender-based violence are being told to go back and resolve the matter with the perpetrators. Honorable Speaker, Limpopo police are investigating a wave of murder, rape, and kidnapping cases involving women and girls reported since the start of Women's Month on August 1st. The cases include the murder of women allegedly kidnapped, the rape of minors, and the abduction of 3 sisters, highlighting the continuing threat of gender-based violence in the province despite renewed calls during Women's Month for greater protection and safety. In Denelton, a 26-year-old woman was allegedly kidnapped from her home by 2 armed men on August 1st while her boyfriend was away. Her body was found near the Ntwani soccer ground the following morning with multiple gunshot wounds. An unidentified woman was found dead behind a church in Hamadiba village on Sunday, August 9, with multiple stab wounds. Furthermore, a 34-year-old woman was allegedly kidnapped and raped in Polokwane on the same day after accepting a lift while hitchhiking. The suspect allegedly demanded 6,500 from her mother in exchange for her release before police tracked him down and arrested him. Honorable Speaker, there can never be progress in this country as long as women are still subjected to the cruelty of gender-based violence. No society in the world can flourish as long as its women and children are being treated in the manner they are being treated. We implore upon our new and energetic police commissioner in double efforts in his fight against GBV in our communities. This war against women must come to an end. Enough is enough. Thank you. Legal.
Re a leboga Honorable Letwaba. Honorable Wilson, you have 5 minutes for the debate.
Thank you, Speaker. Empowerment and freedom go hand in hand. But what do they mean? Empowerment is giving people equal rights, allowing them to make important decisions about the choices in their lives and taking control of their own lives. It is about building self-worth, confidence, self-esteem, and the right to stand up for one's belief in one's own capability. Empowerment is giving the woman the right to, as in the Bill of Rights, to the freedom of equal rights, proper education, quality health care, and the right to work at equal pay. It is giving them financial security and the means to make a meaningful difference to the province as a whole, their communities, and their families. Excuse me. Empowerment and freedom is the right to safety, both inside their home and outside of it. It is the right to protection from GBV, threats, and intimidation. It is the right to the protection of their own bodies and those of them that our women seek to protect, like her children and future generations. Empowering women is giving them true freedom. Speaker, excuse me, at the start of this term and every other term since 1994, members of this House stood up and took a pledge or an oath to uphold the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and to devote themselves to the well-being of the Republic and all of its people. This oath or pledge, particularly for those who took oath before the Almighty God, cannot be taken lightly. It is the foundation on which this country is built. Speaker, the question then is, has this government delivered on their promise and their pledge? I think not, particularly when it comes to women. In Limpopo, the majority of our people are trapped in the endless cycle of poverty. Millions of women wake up each morning just to make plans as to how far they have to walk just to get water, a basic right and critical to the survival of themselves and their families. Just this weekend in Moli Moli, I spoke to women and their children who had walked up to 2 kilometers with drums and wheelbarrows to collect water from the one point where water was available to them. The choices they faced were walk and collect or to choose between bread and water delivered. Excuse me. The same women wake up each morning with a prayer that nobody in their household will get ill or need a clinic. The closest for some in that area was between 5 and 7 kilometers away. Then their choices become serious. It's between a 40 and a 60 rand return trip in a taxi to the clinic to get health care from their grants. And even then, they would be forced to sit hours before getting assistance for themselves or their loved ones if they get help at all. Every household we visited was reliant on grants to survive. In the majority of homes, our poor women were using 2, sometimes 3 childcare grants to feed and support between 5 and 9 people. They literally spend their lives living from hand to mouth. With an expanded unemployment rate of almost 50% and no access to centers to look for work, the majority of our women, their husbands, and older children have given up looking for work. There are no jobs, there are no opportunities for empowerment and financial freedom. Without the empowerment and the financial freedom, the majority of the women in this country have no dignity. They are denied the opportunity to make proper and appropriate decisions for their families and are exceptionally vulnerable, easily intimidated, and forced into making poor decisions for survival. Whether young or old, our women are trapped in a nightmare, a never-ending one. So, Speaker, noble speeches and pledges and oaths before this House have come to nothing. Yes, when we empower women, we empower a nation. But we simply do not. This government has failed them miserably. It is a sad state of affairs. We hope that on the 4th of November, the women of this province will vote for change and let the DA show them that they do and can have a government that cares. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wilson. That was the last member who was debating. We shall now move to item 9. Item 9, motion for the reconstitution of the committees and its members. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Ganye Rogers Monama.
Thanks very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker. It is my honor and privilege, and I'm quite overwhelmed and humbled to seize this opportunity to greet honorable members, the leader of government business, Honorable Makam, by scope, and your colleagues, members of the Executive Council, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni, and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Ngobeni, the Deputy Speaker, chairpersons of the committees, the leader of opposition, Councillor Mapoulo, honorable members of this August House. I stand here to table a motion on the Rules Committee on the constitution of the committees and its members. Honorable Speaker, the Rules Committee at its meeting held on Monday, 24th August 2026, considered 3 requests to effect some changes on the list of committees of the House. These changes emanate, among others, from the request for the establishment of the TP Caucus Committee, the recent announcement of Honorable Smale GF as the new leader of Democratic Alliance in the legislature, the request to recognize Honorable Max HF as the new whip, the request for Honorable Sebotoma jump and replaced and substituted by Honorable Lephalale-Marapong, the Justice, as the new member of the provincial legislature representing the UAT. Having considered this request, the Rules Committee has ratified accordingly and adopted the request to establish the TP Caucus Committee led by Honorable Thabo Mabotja, to recognize Honorable Max HF as the whip of the Democratic Alliance and place Honorable Lephalale-Marapong, the Justice of the United African Transformation, to serve in all those committees that Honorable Sebotoma was serving. The Rules Committee hereby submit the attached reconstituted committees and its member before this August House for consideration and adoption. I therefore move for the adoption of the reconstituted committees and its members by this August House. I move accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip. Can I get a seconder? Okay, Whipari. Honorable Sesmangwana Mohale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makurupeti. the whippery second the move as presented by the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We take this opportunity to congratulate all the new members, congratulate Honorable Thabo Mabucha as the chair of the TB caucus, as requested by the Honorable the Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, and Honorable Wilson as the whip of the DA, Marx as the whip of the DA, as well as Honorable Nchabeleng in your new committees. We realized, Honorable Nchabeleng, that yesterday you struggled. We shall talk to our IT to help you so that you are able to join as and when we have got virtual meetings. Honorable members, can we now come to close? Honorable Ngobeni, Peter Sani Ngobeni Mulanza. We're on item 10. Over to you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Dr. Makoma Makurupet. Dr. Makoma Makurupet, the leader of government business, Honorable Rogers Makamo, esteemed members of the Executive Council, the Deputy Speaker, the Chair of Chairs, the Deputy Chief Whip, and the Whippery, and guests in the gallery. I rise to make the following announcements: that honorable members are reminded of the following programs of this legislature. One, that on the 27th of August 2026, to be on Thursday, there will be 2026 Women's Parliament that will be held at Vulazani Bulala Indoor Sports Center in the Vembe District Municipality. That taking legislature to the people will take place at Sonwabarwana from the 31st until the 31st of August to the 3rd of September 2026. Blouberg Local Municipality at the Capricorn District Municipality. That the legislature has scheduled a meeting between the IEC National Commissioners and the presiding officers of this legislature, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip of this House, and leaders of political parties represented in the House, will be held on the 1st of September 2026 at the Parliamentary Village at 10 o'clock in the morning. The purpose of this important meeting is to brief the legislature on the state of readiness by the IEC to conduct the forthcoming local government election due to take place on the 4th of November 2026. That the legislature has further arranged a workshop for honorable members to receive presentations on permanent medical scheme, Alexandra Forbes Pension Fund, SARS, and also on how to draft wills, honorable members. The workshop is scheduled to take place on the 9th to the 10th of September 2026 at Parliamentary Village. And honorable members in this regard are encouraged to attend this session. Lastly, that lunch is served at the main committee boardroom. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. We take this opportunity to thank honorable members, guests, and all who are following us. Honorable members, the program committee has decided that when we rise today, we don't know when we'll come back to the sitting again. The political parties have requested time to go and do their work. We will only convene the sitting as and when it will be necessary. If there will be no any emergencies, it means we will not have any sitting until the 4th of November. But in case of any matters, programming committee will consider that, and we will be called to a special sitting. On that note, honorable members, this sitting is adjourned until further notice. Thank you.